Here we go. We're recording now. Yeah. So to reiterate, the entrance into the hill is not in that tower. It is off to the left side of the hill. There's a hole in the ground that you'll descend down into. Um, you can go into the, I don't know what you want to call it, into the hill through the tower, but there's only one window opening at the very top of the tower, or what's left of it, about 20 feet off the ground. And I can actually, first roll the game, can you all make a perception check for me, please?
Yeah.
At disadvantage, because it is very misty here.
Okay.
All right. Highest roll is a 13. All right. Unfortunately, none of you see anything except the tower, and that's again at the far side of the hill. The other thing I wanted to mention, slightly different from, or a very key detail that I forgot to mention when Mother Wendreth was mentioning not to wake the sleeper in the hill. The sleeper in the hill wears a mithril ring on her right hand. That is what keeps her asleep. If you remove the ring, she will wake up.
Okay.
Do not remove the ring.
But the potion or whatever that we're supposed to be bringing is supposed to make her more asleep?
Yes, so in the
Okay.
off chance that the ring is removed, she should fall back into slumber, but you will need to put the ring back on her finger if it has come off.
Gotcha.
Um, and no stealing of the ring, please.
Well, what if it's
I'm
a
looking.
time
I'm
she's
looking at
supposed
you,
to
Kurt.
wake up? But what if this is the time in history she's supposed to wake up?
You want,
We all swore an oath.
if you
I
want
know.
to wake her up,
I'm
and
just being devil's advocate.
Lady Merlin, can you make let's say an old lore check with advantage, please?
Okay.
I have to admit, after listening to quite a few of the older sessions, there's some contradictory information that's been conveyed. Not saying it's an LM issue. I think different sources are giving us different advice.
Right.
Mhm.
All right. So with that dirty 20, you would know, Eucalio, that of all the people in Middle Earth that might be able to help this woman or this sleeper is Elrond. He is by far the greatest healer in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
But the problem is Elrond is many, many leagues to the north.
Yeah. Yeah. Once we find her, you know, maybe when I go back, I can ask him to go take a look. Because we promised we wouldn't wake her up. So,
All right.
Do
So
we
just to,
know do we know why she's there? Just because she's protected, or can she leave? Or can someone take her out of there? Or we don't know that.
you don't know that, as all you know is that she is asleep in this hill in this crystal casket.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Um, from earlier sessions,
Mhm.
only the wise women can enter the palace, or at least the inner sanctum, so to speak.
Mhm.
But there are, quote, many dangerous creatures dwell inside. Um, would the wise women give us some advice with regard to many dangerous creatures?
Right. So a lot of that is, for lack of a better word, old wives' tales to scare people away so that they don't trespass. The wise women of Macaute, they consider this place a sacred place. They actually use this place as a place of healing. It's their temple. It is their responsibility to look after. the sleeper, and to find a cure for her. So they use this place. The ghost bird actually apparently has a nest in this palace or temple, whatever you want to call it. Um, that's where he calls his home base, or it, or they. As far as dangerous creatures, she does mention a few more details about the hill. One is there used to be 4 spires. There's only one remaining. 2 have collapsed and are inaccessible. There's the one that remains standing that you see, and then there's the one that has collapsed, but you can still access the base of the spire and descend down into the palace. And that's the entrance you will take.
Okay.
Once you're down there, you'll hit an outer ring, which is a circular passageway that kind of circumnavigates the entire structure beneath the ground. Okay. And there will be a ramp that will wind up to in the center of the hill. That will take you further up and up and up and up. Along the way, there will be various chambers and whatnot. The sleeper is at the very top chamber.
Okay. So towers are linked by a circumferential tunnel.
Underground, yes.
Yeah.
Which
Only
probably wasn't underground at one point.
so. However, two of those towers have collapsed and are completely inaccessible. Oh, this wow!
Sounds like we're going to have to draw maps.
And
Just old school dungeon crawling. Looking forward to it.
and there are creatures that guard the way to the sleeper. Many creatures. Your way to the sleeper is going to be challenging, not only because Hirlemon is in there with apparently half a dozen dwarves, but also just before the chamber of the sleeper is an area filled with poisonous snakes. Forgot that little detail last time.
Snakes! I hate snakes!
So, and recall that the reason why Netheg, or Sleeper in the Hill, is in that deep slumber is because she was bitten by a snake, presumably Sauron, or a creature of shadow. And she was put into this eternal slumber before the poison could reach her heart and kill her. So by waking her, that poison could eventually reach her heart and kill her. So that's why you don't want to wake her.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That really puts it into context there.
Now, the reason why, again, you're here and interested in the Sleeper in the Hill is because Gandalf said, "Hey, you might want to check this place out." He might have some information about the ring that you guys apparently found and then lost.
And found
And
again.
then found again.
You're welcome.
Yep.
And yeah, but unfortunately, the fact that she's asleep might hinder your ability to gain any information from her.
Well,
And again,
that's
you have
why I
sworn an oath.
made that request.
You have put in a request for the wise women of Makapte to perhaps commune with her if they
Mhm.
can, but that is not a certainty,
Sure.
and who knows how long that will take.
Mhm.
And you have all sworn an oath not to wake her.
Yep.
For fear of retribution by Ghostbird.
Matter of fact, I've also sworn an oath to not allow the ring of power inside the inside the area there. So
Yes, exactly.
Um,
I'm not going in.
if you could reiterate, I'll be the first to admit, when it gets towards the end of our session, I'm really sort of coming down big time with my, mental faculties. We swore an oath not to wake her to the wise women.
You
Yep.
did.
Or you
Okay.
can't go in.
Yeah. We had
Okay.
to we had to
Turk
swear that we wouldn't.
Turk forgot that.
Did we decided who would go in and who would stay out, right?
Mhm.
You haven't fully decided yet. You know that Eucaliel is staying out. You
Yep.
know that Turk is going in. But
Yep.
aside from that, I don't know.
And that I'm gonna try to make sure that the assassin ladies stay out with me.
I don't think that's a problem, no. You got
Yeah, as long as I have
documents.
the documents, they'll stay with me. So, but yep, yep.
All right. Any other questions or anything before we get started on tonight's session?
I think I'm good.
All right. On the way there, this is before you arrive. Excuse me. Anna is going to Anna the assassin, not Anna. will approach Eucalio and ask you. So, remind me again. Why is it that we must do this? Who is this sleeper and what is she to you?
As far as I know, uh, she is um she's an elf. Yeah, right? We we think that she's an elf.
Yes.
Yeah. Um, I'll just say, as far as I know, she is an elf who is in a slumber under the hill to protect her from uh, a poison. But the people around here greatly respect her, and she has some. They have some influence. They're able to communicate with her, and we were coming here to check and see if she even existed. We've now verified she has. The people of the village want us to help them make sure she's safe.
You have not answered my question. You are evading the answer.
What is
Do
she
you
to
tell
me?
us everything? I interrupt. I said, do you tell us everything about your business? No. Leave it alone. You know what you need to know.
She has no personal connection with me. If that's what you think I haven't answered.
Orla shall accompany the burglar.
I would rather that she didn't,
I don't
but
care what you want. This is what I'm telling you.
all I will say is they have requested that we abstain from violence inside that mound because it is a sacred place. And we have promised to do so. If Orla can manage that, then that's fine.
We do
If
not
your
seek
sis,
violence.
go ahead.
Violence comes to us.
If your sister does anything untoward inside, she will not be coming out. Let me make that clear.
They don't want anyone being killed down there. So I know there's animosity, but
Let me put it bluntly for you, elf. I do not trust you.
I'm not even going in. What don't you trust?
You will not tell me the nature of this distraction.
You heard everything that we said with the village chief.
And then you spoke privately with her.
Yes, I had a private request that has nothing to do with our mission.
Well, then you shall have nothing to hide when Orla accompanies the burglar inside.
I don't have anything to hide. I want everyone safe.
We have nothing to argue about. We agree.
Well, I'm not going in, so I don't have any say in this. But you and I can enjoy waiting outside.
Am I coming? Something coming through my mic because I'm lit up green.
Yeah. There is some background noise coming from you, but
Maybe you can adjust the gain so it's not quite so hot.
I've already think I got it down pretty low. I'll
all
try
right.
though.
So as you approach, then who, aside from Turk, will be entering
Well,
the
I'm
hill?
definitely going in now.
And to
And if
answer
she
your
and if she does, and I meant what I said, if she attempts to try to do anything to violate anything that we've sworn, she won't be coming back out.
Anna and Orla did not make that oath.
I know. We did though.
Okay. Is Ghostbird?
Ghostbird is not going in,
But is he with us?
but he's with you. Yes, he will wait outside with Deucaliel and Anna.
Okay.
Zork will
Okay.
say the fewer people that go in, the better. And he'll tug his beard and plant his feet. Not going in.
Turk's kind of counting on Zurich to come in with us.
Nah, you'll be fine.
Please.
You've got
We're trying to go stealth.
Moonstalker.
Get in there, get your job done, come back out.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a stealth mission.
Yeah. Yeah, Goldie will go in. However, I want to. I assume everyone heard the conversation between Nana and.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Did Ghostbird say anything about Orla wanting to go in?
No. He's a few steps ahead of you, guiding you through the marsh towards the hill.
Is that any better?
Yep. For me, it is anyway.
Can you still hear me okay? Because I turned it down like 25% on my input.
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
All right.
I guess Goldie's gonna go to Orla. My whole 3 feet and look up. There was a promise that they asked of us. Are you willing to make the promise? Because I'm not willing to die for you being a dick. Goldie is tired. The Goldie is going through it.
He says, I have no quarrel with this so-called sleeper. As long as she is not a threat, then she will remain in her slumber.
What do you know about the guy that's inside?
Here, Lennon.
Mhm.
Only that I heard mention of his name back in Imladris, and it was on a note passed from a spy to your ranger friend back in Tharbad.
Is she telling me the truth? about that.
Make an insight check.
I need to stop doing that.
She's looking you straight in the eye when she says this. Her voice is not quavering or faltering. She didn't hesitate. Just no sign of deceit or manipulation here.
Okay.
And you know these two sisters. They're not one. They're not about
So
subtlety. They're pretty straightforward about their
okay.
intentions.
Then okay.
I'm still lighting up
I've,
green. Is something coming through? This is really annoying me. I don't want to annoy you guys.
I'm not hearing anything.
Is
yeah.
anybody hearing it? Okay. As long as you guys aren't hearing nothing, that's fine. Sorry. I just don't want to. We don't really have any noise except for a fan in the kitchen, so I don't know what the background noise is anyway. But
Yeah.
sorry, didn't mean
Your
to
camera's
interrupt.
not on too either. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
It's on me.
Nope, don't see it.
How do I fix that? Because I'm seeing it on my screen.
If you go to the bottom there and you see a little camera thing, there's no X, there's no slash through it, right? It's white.
Oh.
Is it white for you?
I don't see a camera thing.
On your alchemy screen, if you hit the little show video chat slider
Video chat
button,
slider.
if
Okay.
video chat button,
Yeah.
you see
Oh,
all of our.
yeah, man, I
And at the
see
bottom,
everybody.
yep. At the bottom, do you see a little camera icon? Is it white or does it have a red slash through it?
I don't have a camera icon at the bottom. I've got a voice volume slider. Oh, I mean on the left of your names, where it says hide video
On the
chat.
right.
That's on the right.
Yeah, show video chat. And then when you see all of our video images at the very bottom, you scroll down, you should see a little
Maybe
circle
that's
with
why. Oh, for me,
yeah.
I got a green circle. I mean,
It should be either white, meaning it's on, or it should have a red slash through it, meaning that you're not on.
no, I'm not seeing that at all.
Yeah, so your camera's not hooked up to Alchemy. That's probably being used by some other application.
That's
Yeah, could be why.
strange. If I just rejoin, should that fix it?
I don't think so. You might have to find out what other application is using your camera, whether that be Chrome or Discord or something else. Might have to shut something else down.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. I'm
No
being
worries.
an interruption tonight.
No worries. Okay, so you're at the base of the hill now. You've decided that Turk, Goldie, Moonstalker. There you are. I can see you now.
Oh, I was looking in the wrong place. I found it.
All right, and
It
Orla
was
are going
on,
in.
but I clicked it. Anyway, all right. Sorry.
All right. So the four of you, Goldie, Turk, Moonstalker, and Orla are going in. The rest of you are staying outside. That includes Eucaliel, Anna, and Zur, and Ghostbird. All right. So you have two options to enter. You have the tower square with a window 20 feet off the ground if you can somehow manage to get yourself up there, or you can go in through the hole in the ground on the left-hand side of the hill.
So quickly, as we're still as a group,
Yep.
so we can hear everybody else's opinion.
Yep.
I'm going to posit that Herlanon probably did not go in to the entrance at the top of the tower. He probably has gone in at the more accessible location.
That would have been the entrance that the wise women would have told him about. That's the entrance they use.
And which entrance does Ghostbird use?
That one as well.
Okay. Looking at the tower, 20. You said 20 feet up.
Yeah, go ahead and make another perception check.
I was going to say, is there something there that vines or bark not bark. I'm sorry. It looks like a tree. Perception. Um. Oh.
When you look up at the tower and try to find a way, if there's a way to climb up there, there are in fact vines and brambles that kind of reach up to about halfway up that you can easily climb, and then the rest might be a little bit more challenging. The stone is ancient. Perhaps there is loose mortar that you can catch, like finger holds, toe holds on to climb the rest of the way, but it would be a bit of a challenge. But as your eye follows the line of the tower up to the window, you see for a brief moment a dwarf watching you. He sees you see him, and he ducks behind the window.
Okay. So no chance for a snapshot or something. You Khalil. I mean, she's shoo.
I we've like the tower is part of the thing. We're not supposed to be, you know, causing violence, and if they don't attack first, I'm not attacking.
Yeah. No bloodshed, right? Wasn't that another one
Mhm.
of the promises?
Yep.
You didn't promise that. You just said it would be best not to because it is a
Yeah.
sacred place of
Yeah.
Um.
healing.
Yeah, it's like it's not like a sworn oath, it's more of a like, yeah, we'll try not to do that, you know. So,
I'm really sorry to ask, but can we get a recap on that oath?
That you will promise not to waken the sleeper in the hill. That was the only oath you swore.
Okay, so nothing about bloodshed though, other
Bloodshed,
than
she said, please do not do that. This is a sacred temple of healing. It goes against everything that they stand for and what they're trying to achieve.
okay, but we can defend ourselves. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So this dwarf is already up there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you've been made.
Yikes.
They know you're coming.
Well, at least we know that. No surprise. So that Zurich, you want to reconsider?
Yeah. If
We've
they
we
know that you're coming, might need your support.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could reunite with my cousins.
um. So what does everyone think? I could probably climb up the tower. I've got a piece of rope with me. I can. It's not elven rope, but I could still lower that down and help anybody else climb up there. I think it would be better than going in the more accessible entrance.
Yeah, but we already know that like they've got a scout there in the tower. Like just saw them. So the
Who's the
amount of time that
they
it
that you
takes you
think
to
they are? Is it one? Is it a clan? What makes us think there are more?
They
We
said
know
that,
it's 6 dwarfs
yeah,
from
Hirlanon
Targa.
and 6 dwarves.
Okay.
Say that again.
Hirlanon went into this place with 6 dwarves.
Or
Oh,
six
okay.
dwarfs, okay.
Well, where's the seventh? They're going to see Sleeping Beauty.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's Zurich. Zurich is the seventh.
Zurich is the 7th. So, what do you guys want to do now?
Well, I guess if Zerg's going in, then I'm staying out. Somebody's got to stay with you, Calio.
Yeah.
Ghostbird's gonna be out here with me.
Who?
Ghostbird,
Where's he at?
right here with us. I look
Thought
over
he
at
took off.
Ghostbird.
Yeah,
Did he not take off?
I thought he
No,
had
no,
taken off. Yeah.
no. He guided you here, and
Oh,
he
okay.
can't. He will not enter because if he enters, there will assuredly be bloodshed. He will kill everyone and everything inside there.
Why?
So
Because that's his job.
that's
Yeah,
his job.
and he's a
That's what he
guardian.
does. But they would what the healers wanted you to do was sneak in there, get to the sleeper, give her that potion, sneak back out. Then Hirlanon and his dwarves will get bored and leave.
Well, what do we think Herlanon is doing in there? Is he
Trying
up
to
to no
wake
good?
them up.
Is he up to no good himself?
Yeah, I mean, he might be trying to wake them up or wake her up. He
Yeah,
might
yeah.
just be trying to kind of like use, like use her as a bargaining chip for something.
He's after the ring.
Yeah, but as far as we know, the ring just puts a person to sleep.
No, that was the bite on her ankle.
No, that
No,
was the ring. The
that
It's the
was
bite
the
is
ring.
ring.
killing her.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yep.
yeah. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Do
Um,
we do we want to try distraction from one side and then someone else
Try
goes
that.
on the other side?
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Keep going, keep going.
No, that's where I end.
I have no ideas, just the one.
Okay, I do have an idea. We try to go in. We tell him that we're there to help him, and someone sneaks the thing. But we gotta be sneaky for that, and we gotta be deceitful. And I don't know if I can do it. I think I can, but I don't know if I can. Um, but we can try and be like, I'm here to help you. They wanna kill you. Let me give you a hand. I have something, and then we just run for the hills. Where the hell? Yeah, that's where my idea ends. I don't know.
So
Or
maybe
maybe you
oh,
two
go ahead.
could sneak in the tower. Zurich could walk in the front door, and he could be the distraction, talking to
Sure.
the other dwarves.
And my objective would just be to just, I assume that Herlanon hire the dwarves, but no matter how much he's paying them, it's not worth them disrespecting their clan with this, by disrespecting this shrine.
You've got to
Mhm.
shame them. You have to shame them.
Yes,
Mhm.
dwarves are all about pride.
So
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's make them think we're going in the more accessible entrance, and then at least whoever is willing to go up the tower, let's go up the tower while the distraction is happening at the accessible entrance. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
I don't think that Zerg should be by himself on the main entrance, though.
I'll go with him then. That's fine. If you're
And
confident that you're safe.
And we did
yeah.
interact with Herlanon, right? So we'll recognize him, he'll recognize us
Uh-huh.
at back at the camp.
Everyone except for Moonstalker.
Yeah.
So maybe Moonstalker should go with the stealth crew.
Well, if Herlanon sees the two of us walking together, he's gonna get his back up. He's gonna think that we're there to do what we're there to do.
Yeah. You gonna
You
catch
know,
it?
I could go in pretty brazenly with my hood down, my sword and dagger out, or sword and shield out, maybe to intimidate them a little bit.
That would certainly cause the distraction, right? I mean, that's gonna catch their attention, which is a
Mhm.
good thing.
So 2 hobbits up the tower and the rest distraction.
Sounds like it. Are
Okay.
the two of you okay with that? Do you want somebody who's a little beefier to join you?
No, Goldie, high
No.
five.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if we were trying to stealth more people,
Yeah.
yeah. Although we know there's one up there anyway, so.
Oh. We have eyes in the sky.
Yep. I can send Fandil with the two of you to the tower, but he's not gonna go underground. So he can I'm not gonna try to convince him to go underground. So he can go and kind of scope things out with you up to the tower, but beyond that, no.
Well,
So
if there's a dwarf up there, you could always get your bird to try to do the warg bird thing they did to Jon Snow, sitting there in his face with his claws and his wings, make the dwarf run away.
I feel like the dwarf's not gonna be scared of a raven.
I don't know. I got attacked by a Canada goose one time walking through a parking lot.
I mean,
Something
geese are
flying at you that big.
scary.
It's
Ravens
scary.
are less intimidating. But also mechanically, Fandel doesn't have a lot of HP, so if the dwarf gets scared and swings a weapon and hits him, Fandel is dead. So I don't want that happening.
Yeah, that'd
Maybe
be bad.
maybe he can at least circle the tower and let us know if the dwarf is still up there or if he's gone down into the
For
tower.
sure. He could
Yeah.
do that. I can ask him to like give you a signal or something
All right.
because
So
he talks to me, but not to the rest of you.
Yeah. Just a croak, croak, croak.
I'll make him peck at you.
all right.
Goldie.
So
Peck at Goldie.
so Fandel takes flight.
Hmm.
There's a broad circle over the hill. Turk and Goldie make your way around
Stealthily.
stealthily
Stealthily.
around to the far side of the hill where you can climb up that other tower. Zurich and Moonstalker are moving
Front.
towards the hole,
Yep.
the known entrance into this place, the easy entrance,
The front door.
Hmm.
the front door, so to speak. Eucaliel, Anna, and
Oh,
Ghostbird will hang
which
back.
group is Orla going with since she's going inside?
Oh, I don't want Orla inside with us.
Well, she's going inside, so it's a
Orla will
question
go
of
with the hobbits.
She's sneaky. Don't
okay.
forget.
Yeah, she is
She'll
sneaky.
go.
I've got a kind of a little bit of a tiny bit of a relationship as much as anyone with an assassin. Um,
Yeah,
so I
Orla
mean,
likes the two hobbits, so I don't
yeah,
see
I
that
think
it'll
so.
be a problem.
Yeah, we kind of helped her out quite a bit in a tight spot on the
Hmm.
raft, the
Hmm.
session 0.9,
Yep.
and
I
then
also saved her life, but that doesn't actually seem to matter.
um,
But I countered it with killing her brother, so you
but
know.
I did return her stiletto, her brother's stiletto to her. So and she
Mhm.
really valued that. So at least if there's anything, I've got a slight.
And we
Right.
shared wheat with her.
Yes.
She's our
Yeah.
homie.
That's a good, yeah.
Hmm.
All right. All right. So, just a quick point of clarification then, Eucaliel, are you staying away from the hill or do you want to go towards the hole or where would you like to position yourself?
I would like um I'll probably ask um Ghostbird where a good place to like hunker down and like keep an eye on things, but not be like easily visible.
Okay. So he suggests that you make your way around to the far side of the hill where you have a view to the tower that the two hobbits are climbing,
Hmm.
plus have a view sort of sorts to the hole
Yeah,
where
and I'll go
the
over
others
there
are
with
going. Okay. So I'll say you're about 60 feet away from the hill or the entrance to the hole,
him. Hmm.
um, and you're going to be a little further to the tower. All right. All right. So, Goldie, Turk, you make your way towards the base tower. Fiendel is doing a wide circle. Can you make a perception test for the Raven, please,
Sure.
Eucaliel?
Let me go ahead and pull up his stats because I always forget to actually have it prepared. I keep closing it for some reason is the problem. Okay. Raven. Perception. Okay. He's got a +3 to his perception. So
All right.
just gonna roll a d20. And add a +3 to that. 13.
All right. He lets out a squawk while flying, indicating that there's no visible enemy inside. It's clear. One thing I'd like to remind you all about: none of you have dark vision in this version of D&D.
Well, I don't have dark vision, but I don't have disadvantage in darkness.
Right.
Yeah.
So it will be dark down there. You can count on it.
We allowed to light a torch? There's no. Do I have a torch? I think I have something.
You should have a torch in your
Yep.
stuff.
I've got some torches.
I've got hooded lantern and oil.
Ah,
Yeah, I also have a hooded lantern if, because
Yeah.
you guys would have known that if somebody wants to borrow.
what do you
Yeah.
think, Goldie? Torches or hooded lanterns?
The
That
nice
is
thing about hooded
true.
lanterns is you can close them immediately if you need to.
Yeah.
So,
That would
like,
be the hood.
yeah. Well, that's
There
what
is
I
no
mean. It's like
smell.
some people don't know what a hooded lantern is. So I was just being helpful of like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah, no.
actually close it so that it doesn't show light.
Yeah, I feel like the lantern better. We can always light our pipes and just have a little bit of light. The smell will give us away, but yeah,
I'm
I feel
getting the
like
impression that
lantern.
Goldie's a bit of a pothead, but anyway.
Goldie was happy 2 weeks ago in her farm,
Mhm.
and then she was like, adventure.
And she's like,
She needs
now I
something
know
to get
why
through.
all the hobbits say adventure's not great.
Yup. Haven't had a good meal in too long.
All right. So apparently the tower is clear. Goldie, Turk, I need you guys to make an actually, climbing is always a strength check. So you can climb the bottom half of the tower without a problem, 10 feet off the ground. Then it becomes a little bit more challenging. And that's where you're going to be making your athletics check. Yep.
Third level, I have the ability to climb faster than normal. Climbing no longer costs extra movement. I can add dexterity modifier to strength to make climb or jump. And the distance I cover uh, when you make a running jump. So this is tree climber, it's called.
Yep. All right.
So I'm going to go up the tower, and I've got a piece of rope with me. So we don't need to both roll. I can climb and then lower, and then
Exactly.
however, Goldie will have advantage maybe with the rope.
Yeah. If there's a rope, then there's no need to make a roll.
Okay. So what do you think, Goldie?
Please.
Okay.
My strength is shit.
Okay. So for me, that would be then athletics check rather than the strength check.
It would be an athletics check plus your deck, and add your dex bonus to the roll.
Oh, okay. Dex bonus is +5. So just normal check.
Yep. Athletics +5. All right.
Hey,
Nice.
You make it look easy. You're like Spider-Man climbing up the outside this tower. You pull yourself up to the window, up to the opening, peer in, and there's nobody there. It's a small 5 by 5 type room, and there is the entrance to, 10 by 10 room, and there's a narrow spiral staircase leading down from this vantage point.
okay. So there is a sill,
Mhm.
which is basically sort of like it provides cover for anybody standing there and looking out.
Mhm.
There's a landing, and then there is some kind of a spiral staircase going down off to one side of the floor.
Yep.
Okay. I'll. What may I tie the rope off to?
There's not a lot here aside from yourself.
Is there something overhead?
No, the room is empty. It's just kind of crumbled rocks here and there, but
Okay. Oh. So it's quite literally at the very top. So there's no roof or anything.
No, no.
Um, just from the image, there are some little peaks of something coming up.
Yeah, those aren't going to help you inside this room.
So I
Could
can't
use
tie the rope
yourself as
like a
an
loop around
anchor.
it and then drop the rest of the rope down.
No, not from where you are.
Okay.
Not in this little 10 by, it's a circular 10 foot diameter room. There's really, unless you want to go start going down the spiral staircase yourself to see what might be.
No, I'll tie the rope around my waist, knot it off as. Well, actually, no. In case, well, she doesn't have to roll. You said if there's a rope.
If there's a rope, she doesn't have to roll.
Okay, well then I'll brace the rope and toss the rest over the side, and help somebody climb up.
You can probably help Goldie up first, and with the two of you holding the rope, you can help Orla up.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
All right, so you tie the rope off around your waist, Goldie. The rope comes tumbling down towards you. You climb up carefully, pull yourself through the windowsill, and Orla, once you've kind of secured yourself to the rope too, with the two of you holding on, Orla starts climbing too. You all find yourselves kind of cramped in this little 10-foot diameter room. From here, you have a fairly good vantage point, actually, over Swanfleet. Despite the mist that kind of shrouds most of the marsh in the immediate vicinity, you get a pretty clear view. This is on the north side of the hill. So you're looking north, and sorry, my dog's having a little bit of anxiety here because mommy's outside and he's not. um, so you're looking north. You can see the Swanfleet stretching up beneath you. You can see the Grey Flood slightly to your left, flowing north, and off to the right, you see very faint, but still quite distinctive, the peaks of the Misty Mountains. So now that you're all up here, you begin your descent down this tight spiral staircase.
Before we take the first step, how about Turk volunteers and says, "Let me go first and scout a little bit ahead. I'm the most stealthy, and I'll signal. Um, I'll either double back or I'll signal to tell the rest to come after me."
Do we want to keep the rope around our waist and you can just duck?
That's a good suggestion. Yeah, I'll keep the rope around my waist, and the two of you can be up top, so you can drag me back if I get attacked by the snakes.
Yes. Or at least like there's a way for you to signal us. So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
don't have to
yeah,
talk.
yeah. Excellent. I'll just tug on the rope.
And how long is your rope? 50 feet?
Yep.
All right.
So two tugs follow me. One tug, get me the hell out of here.
Go slag, you're running back.
All right. So you begin your descent down the spiral staircase.
Yep.
Tied off with this rope. I'm assuming you're trying to be stealthy.
Oh yes.
Go ahead and make a stealth roll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a stealth check every time you move to a new area of this structure. So right now you're in a spiral staircase, or if your situation changes or you move to a different area, then I'm going to ask for another stealth check. All right.
Okay, so going down the spiral staircase, then if I come to another landing with other hallways coming off, that would be changing and
Yeah.
require another.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Quiet as a whisper. You descend. I'm going to switch over to Zurich and Moonstalker. You have seen your friends get first Turk climb up the exterior of this tower very nimbly and very adeptly, and then drop a rope down and pull Goldie and Orla up. And once they are all inside, you focus on your task of entering through the front door, so to speak. Ghostbird has pointed exactly in this thicket of brambles where you need to go in. You make your way there. The two of you kind of push away some of the brambles that are hiding this effectively hole in the ground, which is once the base of one of these towers that has since crumbled. You kind of notice masonry kind of scattered throughout. And Zurich, can you make your stonemason?
I am.
You
I'll
and you're a
definitely check
dwarf.
out the
Yeah,
stonework.
go ahead
Uh,
and
sorry, what type of check?
that'll probably be let's say an intelligence check plus your proficiency.
All right, so intelligence and my proficiency is +2. So here's intelligence +2.
15.
That was weird. I don't know why it went from 12 to 13.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I have +1 in intelligence, right? So then
15.
2 on top of that would be 15. Yeah.
Although the pieces of masonry are kind of scattered, what's strange about this place, the spire itself kind of is reminiscent of Elvish design and architecture. You haven't seen much of it, but from Rivendell, you kind of got an idea as to what Elvish architecture looks like. The interesting thing when you look
Ornate, but not very sturdy.
when you look at the masonry and the and the skill involved in creating each of these pieces that constructed these towers, they were clearly made by dwarves.
Yeah, but what's puzzling is dwarves and elves are working together. How did that happen? All right, duly noted.
And sorry but not sorry, my wife just brought me a plate of ribs and macaroni and cheese for Father's Day, so you get to watch me eat.
Enjoy your ribs.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Will you allow me to carry a torch in my shield hand? And obviously I'm not carrying my shield effectively for combat and doing that, but I can still have my shield strapped on my arm, have my hand through the grip, and just not having my hand on the grip, and grip the torch. And then if I have to go use my shield in combat, obviously I have to drop the torch.
All right. Yeah. So your shield. Yeah. That's exactly it. You would not be able to use your shield in combat in that fashion. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'll light a torch. I do have torches. So.
Okay. All right.
Ooh, we're going in the main stairway here. All right.
You push aside the brambles, and descending beneath you is a spiral staircase. At one point, you could tell it might have been quite grand, quite polished, and quite beautiful, but it has fallen into disrepair and has become overgrown. The wooden struts that were supporting parts of it have rotted out, and chunks of it seem to be missing. But the dwarven masonry has stood the test of time,
Of
and the
course.
stair itself is sound. So you descend deeper and deeper and deeper. You have, at this point, probably gone down almost 60 feet. The light above you now is just a small speck of light. You find yourselves at the bottom of the stairwell, and there's a small opening leading into a corridor. When you walk into the corridor, And by the way, this is similar to the view you see, Turk, as you descend the stairs. Very similar. You see a circular corridor, curved in nature, indicating that this whole thing is kind of forming. As Mother Wendreth mentioned, it is a circular corridor that kind of circumnavigates the entire palace, connecting these towers together. So Zurich, who's actually taking the lead here? Is it Zurich or Moonstalker?
Do we have to be single file or could we be side by side?
You could be side by side at this point. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah,
Well, I was thinking anyway, you can walk in front of me because I can reach over you.
that's what I was thinking too. And
Mhm.
you've got the
Oh.
torch and you're way up here and I'm down here.
All right.
So I'm probably one step ahead of Moonstalker.
All right. You step into this corridor and you notice immediately to your left, which would lead to the north spire where your friends have descended. It is choked with brambles and vines and thorns. All right. To your left is a passageway that has been cleared. Or sorry, to your right, it's been cleared. To the left, it's choked. And you notice to your right, where the vines and roots have been kind of hacked away, and you can somewhat more easily navigate this tunnel than if you wanted to go the other way, you could, but you'd have to crawl through a maze of thickets and brambles to get through and be a much more difficult, arduous, and likely painful way to go. But
Zerk's
to your
gonna
right,
look for spider webs in the cleared pathway to see if he can discern how recently it was cleared. And I'll say something to Moonstalker of the same in case he can make a check as well. But how recently? I'm gonna look more closely at the cleared passage to see if I can tell how recently that was done.
all right, go ahead, make a survival check with advantage since there's two of you there.
Both of us.
Or each make a survival check. You can each make a
Survival. Which one is? Oh, like a hunting check?
Oh, sorry. This will be hunting.
Yeah.
Just be hunting. Just be hunting. Sorry.
Hunting
That
check.
word.
Okay, so I'm a +1 on hunting.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
So hunting is
Nope.
wisdom +1, and my animal handling is wisdom +1. I don't have
You don't have hunting setting? Okay.
configured quite yet, so I'll just do animal handling, but it's the same
Sounds good.
same roll.
You guys are following each other's tracks.
Yeah, we have no idea. Yeah.
So it's hard to tell because this tunnel is slightly flooded. You're 60 feet below the surface of a swamp, and you know that any kind of rain that kind of falls on this place is going to go straight down that spiral staircase through that hole,
Yeah.
land down here and collect. And there's no obvious way for that water to escape, so it's kind of slushy and muddy. It's hard to tell.
I'm
What
sure
you do
probably
notice,
trips through the ceilings as well, too, right?
yeah, there's cracks in the ceiling. This place has been here for over 1,000 years. Right.
Zark
So
would just look at the cleared passageway and gesture, looking up at Moonstalker as if to say, "We don't intend to be sneaky, so might as well just take the cleared path."
I have no doubt this is the path we need to follow. This is the path they would have taken. Herlon did
Right.
not go through those vines and brambles. And he's from, to refresh my memory since I wasn't here, he's from Gondor, right?
yes,
Okay.
he calls himself Hirlinon from Gondor.
Yeah, pretty boy from Gondor. Yeah, I'll stride through the cleared passageway.
All right. You notice along the walls, you can kind of see them in even this picture, ruins, both in Elvish script and Dwarvish. And you can tell as you move along this passageway, they seem to be telling a story. And there are, in fact, images occasionally carved into the walls that kind of depict a scene. You see elven smiths, for example, at a forge hammering at something. You see further down as you travel around the circumference of this corridor, this passage. Another image of another elf holding what looks to be a ring up and radiating light from it.
Zork sparks a little and looks back at Moonstalker as if to say we're heading in the right direction. He's getting excited.
All right. You
All right. And
travel. Go ahead.
any other message in the dwarves, the runes that? Yeah, I guess you're telling us everything that.
Yeah, it's
Zork can
basically a
decipher.
recollection or the history of
The ring making.
the ring making, the forging of the rings of power.
Yeah. All right. Do I remember the main smith who made the ring? Like maybe out of
It was an
character.
elf.
Yeah.
Celebrimbor.
Kelimimvor, yeah. Okay, so does Zurich know that?
Make an old lore check.
I will as well. I'm assuming I would know who that is, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe I heard people talking when we were at Rivendell. I'm putting,
What?
secretly gathering little, intel and putting two and two together.
You were doing something more than just bad mouthing elves.
Well, yeah, I do that. I do that de facto. So.
Why did that not click when I clicked it? My old lore's not rolling, so. It's just a D20. Nope. Guess I don't know who it is.
Zurich, yes. You reckon. In fact, there is the name on the wall. It's Celebrimbor, both in Dwarvish and Elvish, you would assume. I don't know if either of you can read Elvish. I think Moonstalker, you might be able to.
I speak Elvish. I don't know if that means I can read it, but I speak it, so.
Yeah. And one thing with that roll, Zurich, that you would recall is that the time of the forging of the great rings of power, this was done in Ostenethel, in a kingdom called Eregion at that time. And at that time, elves and dwarves had formed an alliance. They were, if you remember, season 1 of the Rings of Power, whatever it's called, that's when Elrond went and started negotiating with for their mithril and all that good stuff. That's when that kind of partnership occurred. And you can surmise from that this place here was a place constructed by dwarves for the elves.
Wow. Zork just shakes his head to think that we're finally here in the middle of nowhere. But this is where it all started.
You continue around the outer ring until you come to another intersection, so to speak. The passageway, if you tried to continue along the corridor, suddenly comes to a dead end, a wall of brambles again. But off to your left, leading, which would take you directly into the center of the hill, you see a ramp slowly ascending, and flanking it, 2 statues of elves, one depicting the moon holding a bright torch aloft, the others that was a sun holding a bright torch aloft, and the other symbolizing the moon holding a lantern.
So these are elves,
Elves,
or these are
statues of
like.
elves.
Say it again.
Statues of elves.
Okay.
Flanking
One
this
is
ramp going up.
the sun holding a torch.
The sun
and
is
the other-
holding a torch, and the moon is holding a lantern.
A lantern.
And as awkward as he can, Moonstalker, with a sword in his right hand, is going to touch his forehead, touch his lips, and touch his heart, and bow to the statues.
One thing you both notice is that running through both of them are veins of precious metal. In the sun, the sun seems to be carved from white marble, but veined with gold. And there's gold running all through uh, this statue's shape. And the moon is black and has silver veins running through it.
Hmm.
Silver
Zurich,
or blue silver?
silver. Zurich, this is probably the most gold in one spot that you have ever seen in one in your lifetime in these
All right.
statues.
All right. How tall or how big are
Well,
the
look,
statues?
I will look down at Zurich and just shake my head and say no.
The statues themselves are a little larger than life. They're probably about 8 feet tall.
Okay. Do they look like they've been disturbed in any way?
Not at all. But you know, being a mason, know that if you wanted to, you could smash these statues and extract the gold if you wanted to.
Nah. No, Zurich, he appreciates gold as much as the next dwarf, but that's not his style. He's been gone from the Blue Mountains too long.
All right. I'm
Keep
gonna
on
switch
walking.
back. I'm gonna switch back to Turk, Orla, and Goldie. Turk, you've descended 60 feet down this 50 feet down, sorry, this spiral staircase, and you're at the end of your rope now, and it still descends down deeper.
Hopefully, that's just euphemistically at the end of my rope. Um, as I'm going down, do I detect any footprints? Oh, of course, there's going to be. The dwarf ran ahead of us, but how many sets of footprints am I able to detect? A set
Well,
going up and a set going down, or multiple footprints
make a
going down?
hunting check. Make a hunting check.
Hunting. Oh, that's not bad.
You do only see the one set of heavy, broad footprints from a dwarf going up and then descending.
Okay, good to know. Thank you so much. I get to the end of my rope and I two tugs. Not quite 50 feet, of course, because there's some around my waist and there's some at the top.
Mhm.
So maybe 45. Tug, tug.
All right.
We'll start descending quietly.
Okay. You descend quietly down.
Mhm.
You catch up with Turk. Do you want to do the same thing, or do you want to go all together at this point?
There's no branching corridors at this point.
No.
Nothing else is changing. Everything else is sort of rooty and, ro- you know, webs and. Okay. Um, if it worked the first time, let's try again.
I am gonna tap tap you, Turk, and like very quietly say, just like signal us when you're like under 30. So if we have to get there, we can.
Ah, 30 feet.
So
Yep.
Okay.
try to manage to like half the rope, more or less. So it's like
Ah,
20.
for you, 25. But you
For
can.
me, it's 30.
Oh, nice.
I am a
Hobbit.
fast habit.
Nice. 30 feet it
All
is.
right. So you descend using the same technique, and you descend.
Stealth check? No?
No, no, you're still good.
Okay.
And you reach the bottom. It is a total of around 80 feet that you descended from the window, the room with the window, right to the bottom. And when you reach the bottom, you find yourself in a little room, maybe a foot of water on the floor. And there's a corridor adjacent to the base of this tower. And you look into it, and it's just a wall of brambles. You notice, though, that there is a small hole large enough for a hobbit or a dwarf to crawl through.
I was just going to say, is it a hobbit size hole? Yes. Um, so we're all together now in front of this wall of brambles.
Yes.
Orla will not fit through the hole.
Orla can. It'll be a tight squeeze for Orla, but she can certainly do it.
Okay. No other hidden passageways to either side. No other branching corridors.
Make a perception check.
Can I help?
Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, I was just going to say, anybody else going to look around? Maybe we should take the hood off the lantern.
It is quite dark down here.
Yeah.
Okay. So somebody else is looking as well.
Yeah. Do you want to do advantage, or should we do it? Do we do advantage, or each
No,
one
do
one?
it together. Do one roll each. If you're
Okay.
looking.
Perception. Oh, nice, Goldie. Oh, nice.
All right.
That's
So you look out this room into this corridor. There's a wall of brambles. You can see that the tunnel, the crawlway, effectively, leads to your right, which heads towards the entrance that Turk and Moonstark would have gone. If you tried to go left out of the room, there is no tunnel, and you are going to have to like hack your way through to go that in that direction.
And make a hell of a lot of noise. But we were aware that certain passageways were going to be closed. So, um, what do you think? Let's take let's take the hobbit size hole.
Yeah. I feel like we're just gonna find them. We're just gonna be slightly behind them, which might be good. So if they cause a distraction, we can sneak by. Hopefully.
Um, do I have a concept of there are there were four towers. There's a ring tunnel linking them. Are we on the opposite side of the diameter
No,
or circumference?
so you went in through the north tower.
North.
They went in through the west tower.
Oh, okay. And the hobbit-sized hole is leading to the west.
Correct.
And that's other than hacking through a brambly wall, we're heading west.
Correct. You're heading basically counterclockwise around the circle.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to suggest at least we follow this for a little way and see where it leads us, and if we have to double back, we can do that. Woldy, what do you think?
Yep.
What does Orla think?
For little folk, you surprise me with your resilience and your bravery. I shall follow where you go.
Well spoken, Orla.
I like her.
Yeah, we like you,
I didn't
Orla.
like her at the beginning, but now I do. Let's go.
All right.
Okay, I'll lead the way through the hobbit-sized hole.
Eucalio, while your friends have gone into this hill, they've all disappeared now.
Hmm.
Is there anything you want to do?
I was thinking of doing something. Do I see any um hmm, I want to look for any like wild birds around. Birds that fly rather than like walk or swim.
There are swans, the occasional swan around.
Anything smaller?
You might find a duck, maybe, but it's predominantly swans.
Okay. Hmm. I feel like they told me not to chat with the swans. um, okay. Then I don't want to send a swan on a long distance journey. I I will just I'll be sitting there with my um my journal, like making notes of things that have been happening. And I'm also going to write a small note so that it's ready whenever I might come across an animal that I can persuade to take a message for me. Because I don't want to send Fandil on a weeks long journey. So I want to find some other animal that can help me out. Um, but just gonna write a short note um, in um, Quenya to Elrond, and it just says, um, "We found what we were looking for, um, but are investigating the sleeper. Um, your healing knowledge might be helpful." I don't want to put anything in there that would be dangerous if it gets intercepted. So that's all that I'm gonna put is just that short message, and then I'll just kind of like um, fold it or roll it up, and then just like keep it with me until I can find an animal that is willing to go on a long journey for me.
Okay. As you try and find the driest spot in this swamp, hold
Hmm.
on. Let me
I
just,
got my little calligraphy table if I need it. I can pull
okay.
it out, set it on my
Yeah,
lap.
that exactly. You find a piece of rotten wood that's not too wet and not too rotten, so it'll support you while you write this little note. You see off to one side, ghost bird. He's just crouching down as he always seems to do, and it's almost like a predatory stance,
Hmm.
watching, zoned in on the hill. And you see Anna just kind of pulls one of her stilettos out, kind of picking at her nails, just kind of clearly bored.
Yeah, and Fando is still um, acting as oversight.
Okay. You do notice that there are four otters, the giant ones, the ones that apparently can speak,
Hmm.
kind of have taken up a roost, maybe about 60 feet away from you off to one side, just watching
Yeah.
you, just
Yeah,
chittering at each
I'm
other.
trying to stay close to Ghostbird just because he told me that they wouldn't mess with us uh as long as I was near him. So
Yeah. And they're all blinged out. They're wearing necklaces. One of them has an earring.
mhm.
Yeah. And all as you write your signature on this note, all of a sudden you see Ghostbird spring to his feet and move faster than you thought it was possible. He has closed the distance from where you are to where the entrance to the hill is, where you saw Zurich and Moonstalker go down.
Mhm.
And you see him take maybe 5 steps forward, raise his spear behind him, and then just hurl it with incredible force.
I will I will try to tuck the stuff away that I was using and prepare my bow in case I need to fight something.
Oh shit.
All right. So you see his spear, whatever he was throwing it at, kind of go wide. Make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Okay. Perception.
All
22.
right. You see poking through the brambles where the hole was the face of a dwarf. He sees the spear go flying by his head and goes, "Oh, shit," and he ducks back down.
Mm, not good. Okay. Um does Does Ghostbird pursue, or does he return to us?
No, he goes to the top of the hole, retrieves a spear, and he's just waiting like a cat at the
Waiting
multiple
for us to come
entrance,
back.
waiting for this thing to pop its head up again so he can skewer it.
Okay. Um, I guess I'll get a good like crouching vantage point where I can, or not crouching, but like kneeling vantage point of um the entrance that he's at, so that if something does come out and he starts fighting it, I have my bow ready to attack.
All right. You see Anna suddenly start to look interested in what's going on.
Mhm.
So she places herself behind you so that she has a line of sight to you as well as Ghostbird. And
Mhm.
on her peripheral vision, she can see the four otters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, can you go ahead and make another perception check for me, please?
Okay.
All right. Um, you cast a quick glance back at the otters. There's only three of them now.
And there were how many before?
Four.
4. Okay. Um, I guess I'll just kind of, because Anna's pretty close behind me.
Yeah.
I will just kind of stage whisper back to her and just say, "One of the otters is missing."
I know.
Okay. And, I'm going to, kind of, like, tighten all of my belongings that I'm carrying on me, like, the not that I think the otters would take the documents thing, but I'll, like, make sure that that's firmly secured. I am going to resist the urge to check and make sure the ring is where it's supposed to be because I don't want her to notice.
And where is that, by the way?
It's tucked, like, under the clothes, like, at my
Okay.
chest, but
All right.
not, like, you know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to switch now back to Turk and Goldie, who are crawling through this bramble-filled tunnel. You
I have a
seem to go ahead.
question. I have a
Yep.
question. Because
Mhm.
we did not talk about it. However, I am assuming that we did this. The wise woman gave you Kaliel the vial. I'm assuming you gave it to us.
Yeah. Who has the vial? Someone.
No, no, I
Turk would have.
no, I have that written down from last session. I
Okay.
have the yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because originally we
Uh,
thought that only Turk was gonna be going,
okay.
so he was the one that took it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And,
I was just
and the
reading the
key
notes and I'm like, whoops.
and the key to the crystal
Yeah.
Casket.
Casket. Yeah.
sarcophagus.
Yeah. I had that. I did not have who had the vial, and I'm like,
All
okay.
right.
Okay.
So after crawling through this thicket of brambles and whatnot, go ahead. I'm going to have each of you make a dexterity saving throw, just to make sure you guys don't get cut and scraped through all as you pass through these things.
Oh my god. I fail a dexterity saving throw.
All right, you each take. I'm just
Oh
going
my
to
god.
roll a d4 here.
We all fail. Jeez.
Yeah, you all failed. Tough brambles. Each take 3 points of slashing damage as you emerge from that tunnel a little scraped up. But you emerge now and you find yourself in a cleared passageway. Moments earlier, well, more than moments earlier, um, Moonstalker and Zurich passed through here. You can see the staircase that they must have come down beside to your right. Which way do you want to go?
Just to clarify, so we've taken 3 points of some kind of slashing damage. So
Yep.
we're moving through thorns or brambles of some sort
Yep.
with sharp. Okay. Coming out, all of us are together,
Yep.
and we do see another staircase coming down, and we see lots of tracks, dwarves and others. Can
Go
we
ahead and make a
perceive?
hunting check.
Yeah. So we can. Yeah. All of us.
The two of you, yeah, go ahead. Orla's just swearing under her breath. Why did you have to go this way?
I'm swearing with her.
All right. Turk, you can see what looks to be footsteps leading further ahead. But you also notice like two pairs of footprints coming down the stairs, which correspond to Moonstalker and Zurich. You also notice another pair emerging from the same hole that you have, turning right and going up the stairs.
Oh. And they look a little fresher than Zurich's treads and Moonstalker's treads. Somebody came.
Perhaps hard to tell with that roll of 14.
Yeah.
Do we hear anything up the stairs or otherwise?
Make a perception check.
I'm going to assume I can make it as well.
Mhm.
Eh.
You hear what sounds to be a voice, kind of almost like a yelp, coming from up the staircase to your right.
A yelp and footsteps coming down.
You don't hear the footsteps.
Can't tell. Quick question: If my perception is, it was not particularly good. But if I saw a human and a dwarf heading in this direction, where did the footprints going up come from?
I
The
mentioned it
hole.
came from the brambles, same place you came from.
Oh,
It's
oh,
the dwarf that was spying from the tower.
oh. Okay. So boom, 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 boom. Okay.
Well, just keep going. We have a mission.
Ah, ah, ah. We can hear up
That's what
from
that
where they
perception
came
check was
from.
for.
I'm sorry.
That was that perception. You didn't get a whole lot with those rolls.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I don't want to game the game here. So I was going to say let's set a trap, but Orla, make sure that nothing is coming behind us. We're going to move forward.
Of course. I shall watch your ass.
I knew I liked you.
We like you, Orla.
All right. So you make your way towards like down this cleared corridor now.
Yeah. Is there any light in the corridor or
No,
none at all?
none.
Okay. So
Just your lantern. And how open do
lantern.
you put your lantern at this point?
Trying to keep it pointing to the floor more or less, just so that we're not going to
Yep.
fall down a hole.
And who's holding it?
Somebody behind me.
I
Maybe
can
Orla
hold it.
because she's taller.
Or maybe me, so we can distract them and it's like low level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Orla
We're
does
not
not
gonna
want to hold the
see
lantern.
jack shit. If she holds it, we're not gonna see anything on the ground.
All right. So Goldie,
I hold it.
you're
Yep.
following Turk.
Mhm.
Orla's coming in the back. Okay. I'm going to go back to Zurich and Stalker. You are making your way past these statues and up this winding ramp. You travel for maybe not very far, maybe about 30 feet up this ramp. It makes a sharp turn to your right and it goes winds in a counterclockwise spiral upwards, a long, slow, gradual slope. Maybe 30 feet up this ramp to your right, you see a little chamber. Looking inside, it is pitch black, but with Moonstalker's torch, you are able to see that it is half the bottom half. It seems to descend a few steps from the ramp, and it seems to be covered in a layer of mud and muck. Um, what else? Uh, it looks like it's odd. Go ahead and make an. Is there a nature check in here? Yeah, I think there's nature checks.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make nature checks,
Yes.
Any footsteps through the mud?
and you can make a hunting check too. Yeah, Zurich is not a very natural kind of guy, apparently. Oh my gosh.
Get him out of the way now. That's fine.
Why? There we go. Took that time. Hunting. Where's hunting at? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, these rolls, man.
I know. Killing me.
It's hard to tell. It looks like it's odd. It's just kind of a pile of sticks and brambles, kind of shoved into one corner of this chamber, and you see kind of littering around it what looks to be fragments of clothing, bone, scraps of wood and metal. It just seems to be pretty bizarre layout in this room. You do also see feathers.
Like somebody's been camping out.
It could be, but I mean, this is not a very pleasant place to camp out when half the floor is like a foot of covered of mud and muck.
Yeah.
I'll grab the feathers.
All right.
Can always
Grab
use
a
them to
handful of feathers.
make more fletching later.
There's just one way in, one way out of this room we entered.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So you continue up the ramp after
Yep.
doing a cursory examination of this room. Do you want to go in and explore it any more further, or do you want to just continue up?
While I'm gathering the feathers, I'm gonna take my dagger and move the pile of trash around.
All right, go ahead and make a perception check. While you are in here, Zerk, do you enter the room too, or do you wait outside?
Stay at the doorway. Doesn't look like a
All right.
particularly inviting room.
Moonstalker, you walk in and you're up to your like just below your knee in mud, and it is like tough going. But you go reach in with your torch in your shield hand. I guess your sword is sheathed, and you're just trying to grab feathers here and there.
Right.
As you do so, it's odd, but it seems as though somebody's watching you. You just get this uncanny feeling that there's suddenly eyes everywhere.
Okay.
That you look around and you wave your torch up into the shadows, but there's nothing there.
Okay. All right.
And
Well, I'll
then,
get the feathers. Like I said, after I poked around with my dagger and that stuff, I'll back out of the room then.
but you're not quite done yet, because while you're also doing this and you get this weird sensation that you're being watched, you start to hear what sounds like bird song. It sounds like nice little chirps here and there, but then it suddenly takes a darker tone, and it's almost like squawking ravens cawing, and just this one here and there, and another one, and then it kind of increases until it's a crescendo, and it's just a wave, and you just suddenly feel like birds. Have you ever seen the horror movie Birds?
No.
Yeah, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Did I do the wrong one there? Did I do that wrong?
Nope. That's the ability check. We'll use your roll, but your saving throw should be about the same anyway. But it's still not going to be unless you have advantage on or proficiency with your wisdom saves. I forget.
Where do I find the saving throw then?
It should be on your abilities. I think it asks you when you click on it whether you want to do a check or a save.
It's off to actions, the furthest left.
Actions?
Yeah, and then scroll up or down.
And then click on wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, my actions doesn't have
Should have wisdom.
anything. It's no, I just have
No,
run over straight.
not actions under. It should be under your skills.
Skills, okay.
Wisdom. Click on wisdom, and then you'll get a pop up. Or it's a skill check or a saving
Oh,
throw.
okay, I see it. All right.
Yeah.
See if there's a difference. 4.
All right, so
2.
it's +4. We'll take your original roll and add 4, so it's a 15.
15.
So you make your wisdom save, and you're fine. You just get a weird heebie-jeebies kind of feeling, but you manage to gather up your feathers and retreat out of the room.
Right.
As Moosehawker walks out of the room, he's obviously tracking mud, and that triggers Zorak to look for other tracks of mud. Anybody else that might have
Alright.
exited that room?
There. Actually, I'll let you make another hunting check then, because you're looking for something specific now.
Nope.
Nope. No signs of mud on the floor that you can see anyway.
All right.
All right, so you continue up the ramp and maybe another 60 feet up. You can feel this ramp making a tight spiral turn as it ascends, and you come across another room on your right. This one, when you look in, seems to be carved out of solid marble, if that's even possible. You don't see any seams on the walls or mortar or anything. Just seems like a solid slab of marble that you're inside of. In the middle of this room is a chair.
What's the chair look like? Throne? A wooden chair? Modest? Oh no, that's an elfin chair.
It looks like an elven chair.
Anybody sitting in the chair?
Nobody's sitting in the chair. This chair is empty. This room is empty. This chair is empty.
Is there a layer of dust on the seat?
Make a hunting check. One of these has to pan out for you, man. There you go.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like there's been any recent activity. Although this room, despite the fact that there seems to be some growth here, was used probably within the last few weeks. But there's no like immediate signs of use. There are no fresh tracks or anything in here.
Okay. I'll turn my attention away from the chair and just start looking around the room then.
Right. Go ahead and make a perception check or investigation.
Oh.
I will
Perception.
system search in the room as well.
Okay.
Yep. I got some dirt in my eye.
Jesus.
It's dark in here.
Yeah.
sir. Yep. All right. So you
Sorry,
guys
that
are.
means we're gonna be rolling crits in combat.
Yeah, that'll
I hope so. I hope
come
so.
back around, yo.
All right. So while you guys are blindly fumbling around this room, I'm gonna go down to Goldie and Turk, you have now made yourself to the base, made your way to the base of this ramp. You see these two statues of elven soldiers in front of you. Sorry, one is the sun, one is the moon. Sun is white marble, holding a torch, veins of gold running through it. The statue depicting the moon is holding a lantern. It's black marble with veins of silver running through
Gold
it.
and no tools. Oh, okay.
Turk, you make a perception check, Turk.
Ah, eh.
All right. Yeah, this is when Goldie holds your lantern up a little bit and you can take a good look at these statues. The light reflected off the gold veins and the silver veins just is almost blinding for a moment in this dark space. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Me too?
Yeah, both of you.
Is this against the dark?
Yeah, with advantage, please.
Okay. Thank God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Turk. This gold. You're doing mental calculations in your head. You're looking at the length of these veins and you're looking at the silver and thinking, this alone is probably enough gold, enough wealth in these statues to buy half the Shire.
Oh my God.
How many shadow points?
Well, that depends on what you want to do.
Ah,
Do I see him?
you're seeing me adding. You can see the cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. The dollar signs going across my eyes. Goldie, help me out.
Yeah. If I see him, I want to like turn and just grab him by the scruff and just cut your shit out. We're here for one mission only. I don't want to die down here. I want to go back home. Get your ass and move. And I would scare the shit out of him. Go.
Get your mind focused.
I'll slap him if he does not move. Don't do damage, but
What does Strick want to do? You notice as well, you have no tools. And so you're wondering, okay, how would I get the gold out of here? You look along the base of these statues. If I push hard enough, I can knock these statues down.
But I know I'm not strong enough.
Maybe if you got that dwarf to help you out.
Okay, so I've got to go find the dwarf. I got to go find the dwarf first. Yeah, he'll know what to do.
if the darkness doesn't disappear from his eyes, I want to get close in his ear. I'm gonna say, if you do something to disturb this, I will personally kill you. Cut it out. In front of me. Jerk, we're not dying here.
That sounds pretty intimidating. And she's my cousin, my kin. So I gotta
Mhm.
listen.
Yeah.
Gotta
I
listen.
will take you home. Get out. Come on.
Shake it out. Shake it out.
All right. I need you to make a roll, persuasion or
That's Goldie,
intimidation.
man.
That's
Right?
Goldie, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to see if you can help snap Turk out of this stupor. All right. No, that's good enough. You only needed a 10. All right. Oops.
That is my shadow path, by the way. If nobody else figured that out.
All right. So you continue up the ramp, the same ramp that Zurich and Moonstock were at. You pass by this muddy room just as they have, but you can see ahead of you, not too far, the light of what looks to be a torch.
Let's get our weapons ready.
I am gonna close the hood of the. Is it enough to guide us?
You can narrow the beam down to
Yeah.
however.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll do that. Um, Making sure we don't hear anything from behind and just
All
try
right.
to
This
keep to
is
the walls as much as possible.
this is where I'm going to have you guys roll stealth again. Goldie, if you're holding the lantern, even if it's open a slit, you're going to be rolling at disadvantage.
Let me roll again then. So 23 and a motherfucker. An 11.
Goldie!
Well, it's hard to be stealthy when you're holding a source of light.
And trying to adjust the hood.
And probably is as big as me.
All right. I'm going to quickly switch over to you, Kaliel, now outside. Kaliel, you are watching Ghostbird stalking the top of this pole, just waiting for something to pop its head out.
Mhm.
Keeping an eye on the otters. One of them is missing. You've kind of made sure you have all your pieces and gear strapped firmly to you.
Yeah.
Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Okay. Perception. Such a low roll. 11.
I'm going to roll for Anna because she's looking out for you guys too. All right. You feel a tap on your shoulder,
Mhm.
and the finger kind of extends past your shoulder, and she points to some place in the water where you see just a slight ripple along the surface making its way towards you.
Now I'm trying to decide, like, maybe just a warning shot. Like, I don't want to kill these things just because they're coming at me, but I want them to be like, "Hey, stay away." um. Hmm. Arrows don't make too much noise. Um. Does it from like once she points it out? Does it look like it's um the missing otter?
Yes, it's clearly
Okay.
yours.
Um. Yeah, I'm gonna try to fire a warning shot.
All right. Just
So
roll
my
d20.
intention is not to hit
Not
this.
not not the hit. So go ahead and roll d20, and I'll say anything other than that one is going to just
Okay.
and depending on how good you roll, that'll be how close you're able to get to it without hitting it. Nat 20. All
Nat
right. So
20.
there's your nat 20 there, guys. Um, where do you want to put this arrow?
You should have hung on to that one.
I know, right? I want to, like, as they're moving, I want it to strike, like, right in front of their face to, like,
All right.
stop them in their tracks.
All right.
Maybe take
As
some
as the
whiskers off.
as the arrow pierces the surface of the water and disappears, you see the otter rear up and squeal loudly. Uh, that captures Ghostbird's attention. He picks up his spirit and he's about to skewer this otter until he realizes it's just the otter.
Yeah.
It gives a little hiss and then turns back towards the hole. And the otter just looks at you, gives a little chatter, and annoyed at you for finding it, and retreats back to his friends.
Was the chatter actual speech?
No, this one was just that feral kind of pissed
Okay,
off
gotcha,
chattering noise that they make.
gotcha.
Uh, Anna just kind of leans in close to your ear and says, "Impressive shot. Is that the same type of shot you used to kill my brother?"
I'll just I'll just, like, remain completely still and just say, "Yes, it was."
"Hmm, perhaps I underestimated you."
Hey, I mean, if I can't be friends, I at least want to be recognized as skillful.
AKA intimidate.
Well, I don't think I can intimidate her. I just wanna be recognized as a peer.
All right, you see the missing otter kind of pull back up next to its friends. You can see them chittering away at each other, speaking in their native otter language, whatever that might be.
Mhm.
And Anna's looking at them and thinking, curious creatures, those. They seem to be attracted by trinkets and jewels and things of that nature. What perhaps might you be carrying that would interest them?
Perhaps they're fascinated by elven craftsmanship. I honestly don't know.
Can you make a deception check for me, please?
I'm not good at deception, so here we go. That's not bad.
It's not
Probably not
bad.
good enough, but it's not bad.
It's okay.
I'm just going to make a roll for her. All right. Yeah, she seems to buy it. Yes, hmm, perhaps. But there are elves even within Swanfleet, and yet they do not see them with such garish attire.
The elves here seem rather less refined, let's say. So perhaps
Basic.
they don't
They're basic
see
elves.
that type of craftsmanship. Regardless, they're an annoyance.
Hmm, interesting. And you can feel her presence is kind of like she was leaning in like over your shoulder when she was
Yeah.
saying this. And then she kind of just pulls back, but you know she's like 5 feet behind you.
She could absolutely backstab me in a second. Yep.
All right. And you see Ghostbird with his spear just kind of poking down the hole every once in a while.
Impatiently waiting for his prey to come out.
Yep, he is. He's starting to get a little impatient.
Mhm.
You have been waiting up here for now for maybe about 10 minutes or so. It hasn't
Okay.
been that long since you've seen him disappear. Maybe a little longer, maybe close to 15.
Mhm.
But you finished your letter. You have
Mhm.
that safely tucked
Yeah,
away now.
I'm I'm thinking of actually I'm thinking of asking, kind of like calling Fandil down briefly and asking him to like take the note like in his beak or something and see if he can find someone to carry it further. Since I can't really range around right now, just be like, "Hey, go, you know, fly a distance away and see if you can find someone who's willing to take a journey north."
I guess the question is who are ravens allied with?
Other Corvid probably.
Yeah.
Right. So he takes the letter in his beak, gives you a little squawk,
Mhm. And it
flutters
is
around a little
small.
bit,
It's like a, like a small piece of paper curled up.
and he takes flight, and he disappears through the mist.
All right.
All right. So in the meantime, you are waiting above, and I will say down below, as Zurich and Moonstalker are attempting to search this room with this throne-like chair in the middle of it. Can both of you make perception check for me, please?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Fuck me. Sorry for the language, but fuck me. Seriously? That's the second one
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah. You guys. Oh my gosh. Zurich, luckily, you as you're rummaging about, you notice a brief flicker of light in the corridor behind you.
In the corridor.
Yes.
I'll start walking towards it.
All right. Are you trying to be stealthy at all, or are you just gonna walk right out? Okay. All right. Well, Turk, Goldie, you see emerging from this room, maybe 60 feet ahead of you, just around the edge of your vision, around the curve of this ramp that goes upwards, ascends. You see Zurich come pounding out of this room.
So
Do
we can perceive it's Zurich. It's like
Yes.
I'm not getting a bow ready and trying to.
It is a dwarf, and you know that there are potentially hostile dwarfs near, but this one is clearly Zurich.
We recognize the helmet morphology.
The torchlight is shining off my bald forehead.
And the red beard, of course.
Yeah.
And the scowl on his face.
Do I see them?
Yes, you clearly you don't see Turk, but you clearly see Goldie sheepishly holding a lantern.
I'll raise my hand, like the hello sign, but I know enough not to holler out to them. But I'll acknowledge.
Okay, so let's come together.
Yeah, I'll wave my
And-
hand as if come this way.
Just so I have a clear, it's the corridor opens into this room that they're in, or the corridor
No.
continues?
And the corridor
There's room.
continues, and this room is off to the side, off the right hand side. So you see this door here in the picture
Okay.
that leads back into the corridor that you guys are currently in.
Corridor.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we going up or down?
You're going up.
Okay.
You're going
I
up
think
to the inside of the top of the hill, effectively.
I think the words were it's a ramp going up, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is what we need to do.
Okay.
So I'll just briefly, as we come together, basically say, let me let me look ahead. I've got a rope around me, 2 tugs. Follow me, 1 tug. I'm in trouble.
I
Zurich, Moonstalker, okay with that?
Say that
Tugs?
again.
Wait, say that. Tugs? What?
Tugs? What? I'm going to stealthily move ahead. I've got a rope that that's around me. So at the other end is Goldie. She knows if I have two tugs, you can follow me. I've gone 30 feet ahead. One tug, I'm in trouble.
3 tugs?
We
No tugs.
No, no three tugs. 3 tugs, I'm dead.
ah,
Well, what
I
if you
think that'd
tug
be
once
no
and forget to
tugs.
tug a second time?
That's trouble.
What if you
There's no
slip and
time
fall
for
and that
mess.
counts as one tug?
Then
So
I
we
need
run.
help.
Wasn't the plan that they were gonna distract? How are we gonna do this if it's just one way? Did we just all go together?
Why,
There's
if we're going to stick by the plan, why are you up front? You're supposed to be behind, hiding,
yeah.
sneaking.
Well, we got up to you.
Sneaking?
You guys were like, well, I had trouble with sneaking, but you guys are getting distracted. Keep going. We
Yeah,
went a long way and we caught up to you.
Well, who's to
yeah.
By
say
the
we're not being
there's a
followed?
Distracted?
there is a dwarf behind us.
Yeah,
By
but
the
you
way,
can go the other way if you want.
We're not being distracted. We're checking what is in front of us. We don't want to pass a room that could have enemies in it, that could come behind us.
we already have
Not
one of those.
distracted.
Then stay behind us. Let us go ahead.
Go.
Okay then. Chop chop.
So much for our plan.
Let's
Orla says, "Do you want me to get rid of the problem behind us?"
go.
Ah,
No. Unless he attacks. No. He's not following us. Is he? Is he following us? I'm gonna pick down the corridor.
Make a perception check.
or,
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
I'll leave the
Orla,
lantern inside.
Yeah, no, I didn't know back there.
Forget.
Yeah, it's crystal clear. You guys are all alone in here.
Forget. Yeah, no.
quick question to Zurich. Zurich, do you have a plan to, if we come across a dwarf, did you want to parlay with that dwarf, or what is your plan? If we
That
come
means
across
talk, then
your kin.
yes, yes. If that means talk, then I will talk. I think these my poor cousins are being led astray by the
Moonstalker
Lilyfoot
just shakes
from
his head.
Gondor.
That was already the plan. He was going to shame them, remember?
Oh yes, yes. I'm just hoping the plan. I'm just hoping the plan is still.
Well, you're the one that keeps changing the plan. We've stuck to the plan.
Yeah. I mean, we caught up with you, and we're going past you.
Okay.
Can all of you make an insight check for me, please?
Uh-oh.
That's interesting. Why are we doing that?
That is interesting. Oh, well done, Goldie.
Goldie, as you hear Moonstalker and Turk debating what the best course of action is, you realize that their voices are kind of increasing in volume, and in this normally quiet, still place with these hard walls, despite the fact that there is like some roots and water, whatever, their voices are going to carry.
I'm gonna clamp Turk's mouth and I'm gonna say, shh. There was a plan. We follow it. Let's fucking go. No one's here. Come on. Or I'm going. And I'm walking towards the door. We gotta be efficient here. We're not efficient.
All right, so this corridor is wide enough for 2 people to travel abreast. So who's going in front and who's following?
So, please, just to clarify, as far as we can tell, there are no branching paths that either party have come across.
There, that is correct. It is a single ramp going up the hill.
I'm still going to advocate that I move ahead, reconnoiter, 30 feet ahead. I can do it stealthily. and everyone can follow after. Is everyone on board with that or not?
I'm okay with that. Wait, how big is the how far ahead can we see? Because if we can
With,
see 30 feet ahead,
with
then
torchlight,
no,
40 feet.
then
Torchlight, you
it
can see
doesn't
40
matter.
feet. But it is a
But that,
curved wall, so.
Okay.
But the other
Yeah.
thing is, I mean, this is the same thing that Zurich saw when you were approaching. This place is dark, so any source of light is going to attract attention.
Okay.
yeah, that's my worry, is that we don't want to attract attention. So let me try to go ahead and, you know, walk ahead and talk to the dragon, kind of thing. um, just let me try. If I get into trouble, man, I'll eat crow, or not raven, but I'll eat crow.
Okay. I'll go with that.
Zurich, Moonstalker, you guys are good with that? Okay.
Yes.
Stealth check, Andrew.
Yes, please.
This isn't going to go well, is it? Oh,
Okay, 323. All right. So you, and how far ahead are you going, Turk?
I'm going to go to the full length of the rope because, as you said, if the light is shining, I'm going to go around the corner and try to do like 40, 45 feet.
All right. So you travel to the
Sorry, Gold.
end, the length of your rope, and you come across yet another room along the ramp up. This one, you look inside. It looks like it contains a marble basin surrounded
Oh
by
no.
descending steps.
Oh no, he didn't want to look inside. He wanted to speed past the rooms.
I'm running. Yeah, I'm speeding past.
Right. So you just say, look a quick inside. It's like a room that kind of sinks down by using a number of steps, and at the bottom, in the center of this circular room, is a marble basin, and you can see rainwater dripping down from the roof, filling this basin.
So it's like an elven jacuzzi.
Yeah. I
Nobody got that.
suppose.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to continue going or investigate the room?
Okay. So ramp goes past the room, but there is a door, and I can.
No door. Just kind of you look in, and there's this chamber with this basin.
I'm going to let people behind me check that out. I will continue on.
All right. So you have reached the end of your rope. You give 2 tugs so they can come up.
2 tugs.
All right. So and you continue on forward.
No, I'll wait until I can. I'm sure I'll hear the dwarf. I'll hear the dwarf breathe.
Okay. So they catch up to you. It doesn't take long, maybe less than 10 seconds for them to catch up to you.
10 seconds.
Not even. It's 2 rounds of movement, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. And you're all standing outside this room now with the basin.
If Turk keeps going, I'll stay outside in the corridor to wait for him to let us know. And if they want to go investigate, I can call them.
I'm just going to turn to Zerk quickly and say, I have no idea what the hell was going on in this room, but maybe since it looks like it's dwarven, well, maybe I don't even know it looks like it's dwarven manufacture. Maybe you might know what went on in here.
I'll certainly give it a look-see.
Yeah,
Goldie's going.
I'll go in with him.
We're
and
talking
check as
loud
well.
again.
All right. So Zerk, you go in to check this room out.
Yeah, I'll give it a look.
Moonstalker.
Yeah, I'm going in with him, check it as well.
All right. The 2 of you go in. As I've described what it is, like it descending steps into the center of this room, and inside at the center, at the bottom of these steps is a basin filled with rainwater. Um, it's almost like a auditorium kind of feel. The way the steps are kind of circular surrounding this basin. You go down to the basin, the two of you.
Sure,
Yeah, if there's
I
something
will.
to see in sort of description, maybe what this basin is all about.
Okay. Um, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. It looks nice. The water seems doesn't have a foul smell to it or anything. Looks like it could be fresh, bare, clean water.
I'll dip my hand in and take a sip.
It is cool and very refreshing.
I'll look up and see if it's if the basin gets filled from above.
It does. It looks like there is the water seeping through the earth or whatever, and kind of extending down, traveling the length of the root system, and kind of just dripping off ends of roots into this basin.
But no indication of what type of ritual or ceremony is happening. And
Go
people
ahead
are
and make
watching.
a religion check, maybe. If there's no religion check in this game, old lore. Let's do an old lore. Oh, there is a religion check.
No, I haven't tweaked out my sheet yet.
Okay. Okay,
Uh,
we'll use the roll for an old lore. That was an 18.
that old lore should have given me a +3.
All right, so
So
21.
yeah.
So you're looking around this chamber. Again, it strikes you that this is dwarven made for elves. So you're not quite sure exactly how the elves would have used a place like this, but you know the dwarves, in their care and the construction of this room, would have made it to be a place of gathering, of meeting, of councils or whatever, where important decisions, would have been made.
Okay. Yeah, but the water store. I mean, what purpose does the water serve? Yeah, I mean, it looks like an auditorium. About how many people would it seat?
Uh, Based on the size of this room, comfortably about 30 people.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything we have to fear in this room. So
No, just yeah, I agree.
head back
Okay to
out
head
to the
out.
hallway, back up on the ramp.
I'll share with Turk as some sort of meeting room, some sort of council room, but that's all I know.
Okay. Turk, you've already gone up ahead though by this point, right? Are you waiting for them? You're muted, I think.
You are correct. I would have waited until I got a little bit of a report, and
Okay.
now that I have, I'll move ahead.
All right. You move ahead the length of the rope once more, and you find yourself in front of yet another room. Off to your right. This one, you take a quick peek inside, and it looks like in the center of this chamber is a stone beer, B-I-E-R. I don't know how you say that. And around it are baskets of what looks to be dried herbs and whatnot. You see on a table nearby a jar full of leeches, and walls kind of decorating the wall are decorated with elements of anatomy.
Um, I'm knowledgeable of our party. Goldie has some herb lore.
She smokes enough of it.
So you do, Goldie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I do.
Um, tug. I'll let everyone come up behind. So again, my stealth is continuing on up the ramp, and nothing is of worry in front of me.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ah, okay. I'm glad I asked.
All right, just as you're about to do the tug to let everyone come up, you hear voices ahead. It's around a tight corner, and you hear a gruff, low voice saying, "Oh, get off, hurry. That's enough of you lazing about. We got to get this door open or the boss will have our hide."
Is it a dwarven voice?
It is a low, gruff voice. Oh, with a natural 20, I guess we'll say it sounds like could be dwarf speak. Yeah, a dwarf speaking it.
I do not detect Herlanon because I heard Herlanon talk.
No, you don't recognize any Herlanon in his speaking. No.
Okay. Um, rather than tug, thank you for giving me this chance to roll. Rather than tug, I'm going to come back and say, dwarves are ahead, past the door to the right. They're talking about breaking down a door and the boss, who I can only think is Herlanon. Zurich, what do you think?
Well, let's go meet them.
Did you want to set a trap? I can go up ahead and sneak up to them and try to draw them back.
No, I think the more we mess with what they're doing, the more suspicious they'll get. I think we just stumble upon them and see what they're up to.
Okay.
Yeah, hang back. You'll hear how things go. Berserk will walk towards the dwarves.
Go on with him.
Do you,
And I generally do not, but I stand at my full height.
Do you have room in the
Sure.
tunnel to do that?
Yeah, it's big enough.
Okay,
Um,
I'm just curious.
Zurich, you see Moonstalker pull up beside you, fully intending on going up there with you. Are you good with that, or do you want to pause?
Just keep walking.
Right.
I'm, I'm going to try to follow off to the side as much as I can within the tunnel, but I'm still going to go up stealthily so that I'm not going to be a target, but I can assist if I have to.
So how far back are you going to be from them?
Maybe just a few steps behind, but off to. I mean, if the tunnel is going off to one side, I'll be on the wide side of the tunnel.
All right. I need no distance though, just tactically. 10
Uh,
feet,
5 feet. 5 feet.
5 feet. You're right behind them then. Okay.
Yeah, 5 to 10 feet.
I was gonna say, if Turk mentions the room, then I'm just gonna whisper, should we go and hide? Because the room you mentioned, the anatomy is not by the dwarves, right?
Yeah,
No,
I
there's
haven't
not.
even looked in there. Maybe we can go ahead and go off into that room and let those two come up behind us. What do you guys
Or-
think?
We're
That's
not ahead. Like,
excellent, Goldie.
let them go and cause a distraction so we can hide.
Okay.
All right. Orla will hide with you. Just so you know, the room is about 60 feet roughly from the source of the voices.
Okay.
Around the corner, around the bend of the ramp.
Well, let's
Okay.
get to the room and then we'll see. All
right.
Okay.
So Zurich, sorry, go ahead.
I will put the lantern somewhere that's not bothering me if they have a torch. So I have two hands.
Okay.
You're misunderstanding. The room is back down the ramp. The dwarves are up the ramp farther.
No, there's another
No,
room.
no.
Oh, I thought you said they
There's
were
another
up
room.
the ramp around the corner.
Yeah, so
So it's
you're still back
So
by the
I'm wrong.
room with the basin.
Right.
60 feet ahead of you is another room with this stone bed kind of thing and herbs. It's another 60 feet around that is where the voices are.
So it's on the other side of the room, or it's up the ramp farther.
it's
It's up.
up the ramp,
All
but
this is one
there's a
ramp.
room.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So this room. Well, you're talking about using our torch for light. Or if you're going in that room, we're going around the ramp. You're not going to see the torch anymore.
That's fine. We're gonna hear stuff though.
Right. Okay. I was just making sure you understood that you're not going to have the light from the torch.
Yeah, I know, but I
Okay.
want to hide.
Okay.
And remember, try no bloodshed.
All right. So as you and Zurich and Moonstalker, you approach, and you can clearly see you're still holding the torch in your shield hand, Moonstalker.
Correct. Yes.
All right. You
And
see
I'm
the
drawing
torch.
my sword again.
You draw your sword.
Well, it was already drawn again. I mean,
Okay.
I should have said after I dug around with the dagger. I sheathed the dagger and pulled the sword back out.
All right. You see around the corner, past this room with the stone bed, the flickering torchlight reflecting off the wall ahead of you, and you can clearly hear voices. They switch between Dwarven and Westron. Uh, One of them is berating, and sounds like another is, "Get off your ass. We got to get this door down." And then you hear another one saying, "Can't you see he can't move? Look at him. He's like a bowl of jelly." And you walk around the corner and you see three dwarves ahead of you. And I'm just going to bring up this other scene that might help you visualize things a little better here.
Maybe a tactical map.
Yeah. All right. So I had Turk up there, but I'm going to put you, Zurich, here with Moonstalker.
Mhm.
Here. You and Goldie are back there.
Oh, that looks kind of far back, but is that because we're in
That's
some other room? Or?
no, that's right. You're 60 feet back at least. From those
It's
guys,
around.
10, 20,
It's a
30,
round of movement.
60, yeah. And Orla is with you. I don't have a token for Orla, but she's with you. All right, so you guys around the corner, you see two dwarves, three dwarves actually, standing in front of what looks to be a massive door. On either side of this door are two more elven statues. These ones look like elvish warriors, and they're looking down right at the dwarves. And you can see the ramp continuing past beyond these dwarves. One of the dwarves is slumped up against the wall. You can see his warhammer just kind of lying on the floor beside him. He's totally slumped down. It's like he's got no strength in him. He can't even lift his hands. And you see the other two just kind of trying to tug at him, trying to get him onto his feet, and the guy's just like dead weight. I'll say you have one round of surprise because they're not expecting you. Actually, no, you had a torch. So I'm going to have you guys roll initiative. Now, let me get into combat here with you guys first.
If I can remember
There
how
we
to
go.
roll initiative. How do we roll initiative again?
There you go. I put up the initiative thing, so you guys should be able to just roll.
Okay.
Everyone?
Everyone?
Everyone
Yeah.
can, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you, Calio.
Oh, did I do it? Or did I click the wrong thing?
I see you, Zurich. You're on there.
Oh, good. Okay.
All right, Goldie, I'm just going to pass over you for the first round, just because nothing's really happened yet.
And we can hear though, because that was my goal.
Yeah, you
We can
are
hear them
able
chatting.
to hear. Yeah.
Yep.
So I rolled. I'm at the top though, right?
You
No, No? Oh,
Yeah, I
I
see
need
you in the
which
initiative order.
one?
Yeah, you're not first.
I apologize.
Oops. Um, all right. So the dwarf, which one is that? I wish they had a way to show me which one that is. All right. So I'm going to say that one's the paralyzed one. Zurich, you're up. What would you like to do?
I'll come into their view and say, "Hello, brothers.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?"
Can you make a persuasion check for me, please, with disadvantage?
I'll persuade them into talking to me. Grr.
All right. Um, they see you and say, "What the? Where did you come from?" And you can see them hefting their war hammers aggressively.
I will remain calm. I won't mirror their aggression, and I'll just say I came from back there.
Do you have any weapons drawn?
Why would I have a shield in my?
Moonstalker, please move your token back. You're not. It's not your turn yet. Thank you.
Uh, well, I would imagine as I'm walking, I would have my shield in one hand and my axe in the other, but I'm not in battle position. It's at my side, but it's not holstered. I'd be carrying it.
Okay. So you can, but are you how are like are you're not you're trying to portray a non-aggressive stance? Is that correct?
Nonchalance, yeah. Weapons at my side, shield at my side, arms loose at my side.
Okay.
I say, came from back there.
All right. You can see that they're not. They're both surprised, startled, and they are not convinced by your nonchalant behavior. You shouldn't be here. They're trying to do something, and yeah, they're and they see this enormous ranger behind you too,
All right. Well,
or the enormous man.
other than the parlay, I guess my action would just be to dodge. So
All
if
right.
if they start to come at me, I will dodge. Be aggressive.
All right. Turk. I'm assuming I need both. Sorry, goalie. Can you make a stealth check just to see how well you're hiding in that room? Same with you, Turk. All right. So Turk, you hear voices up ahead. This conversation happening. Something you'd like to do?
So, I am 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. I'm at least 50, 55, 60 feet behind, or units.
That's correct. 55 feet. Yeah.
But I really can't tell the reaction to Zurich's failure.
That's correct.
Can I see Moonstalker? Can I see what he is?
No, you guys. This is not really accurate. You guys are actually kind of around the corner. You guys are more realistically kind of tucked around back here. So yeah, you guys are like you can't. They're out of view completely.
I can basic. I'm just gonna. I'm just speaking out loud. I can basically double dash and get very close to Zurich in case things go upside down. Um, I think I owe that to Zurich. I'm going to do that.
Okay. Can I ask, once you know what you knew what the plan was, that he would go up there and try to talk to them. You heard him try to parlay. You don't know what their reaction is, but you're still going to run up there.
Actually, now that you say it that way,
I think all they would ever remember, like, reminded him, like, they're a distraction. We have a mission.
um, and we don't know the room that they have bypassed. We don't know what's in that room yet.
You actually haven't had a chance to look at it yet. If you want to spend this round to do that, you can.
And of course,
Actually, that should have been same goes for you, Goldie, if you want to do that too.
but not only that, but of course, I mean, this whole scenario that is around the corner, we don't have any knowledge of it.
No, you do not.
I know that, and that's the hardest thing for me to pull back from. Um, yeah, I think you're right. I think we need to check this room out.
All right. So go ahead and Goldie rolled an 18. You go ahead and roll one as well.
Goldie wants to focus more on listening to see if there's someone in here, like staying by the door. I don't want to go investigate everything. Just make sure no one's here that can jump us, basically.
Okay. This room is empty aside from this is clearly a room of healing. Like, so it could be a surgical room almost, with the paraphernalia that's kind of laying around and whatnot. Um, with that perception 23 and even yours, this is obviously a place of healing. And with a charge of anatomy up on the walls, you can tell that whoever used this room, and you can surmise that this was probably the wise women of um, Macaute or whatever, they are probably likely very skilled. All right.
Um, Goldie, is there anything here that you can use?
I am not gonna touch anything from this, ladies.
Fair
These
enough.
people are scary.
Okay. So, with that indication, I'm just going to sort of turn around. I know my turn is done, but I'm going to now focus up the hall, up the ramp.
All right. Moonstalker, you're up. You've seen what's happening unfold in front of you. The dwarves, at least two of them, have picked up their warhammers and look threateningly at Zurich. The other one is lying on the ground like jello. I think you muted.
I accidentally clicked on the mute button on the screen instead of my headset for a change. I'm gonna move up here beside Zurich and glare at them menacingly, I guess, for now. I'm not gonna, while he's talking with them, I'm not gonna interfere until he's done talking.
Okay. You're just gonna wait, hold your action.
Yeah.
Would you like to dodge or?
No, I'll just hold my action.
All right. How come it's not going here? All right, my screen is a little frozen. There we go. The dwarves will now go. They take up position here. Actually, they'll take a step forward, and they'll take a step forward here. They hold their warhammers up threateningly in front of you, and they say, "Who are you?"
Zurich, son of Madrick, of Eredluin. And I know your employer.
The dwarves kind of look at each other and say, "You're from the Blue Mountains."
I.
You know, it's too late. We've already laid claim to the treasure behind those doors there. It is ours.
Zork won't comment. He'll just shrug his shoulders.
So if you're not here for the treasure, why are you here?
Try to prevent you from making a mistake.
The two, they look like brothers. You just look at each other and they start laughing. Mistake. There's enough gold behind those doors to last us 10 lifetimes. How is that a mistake?
You think that Gondorian will let you sniff it, let alone walk her out if you're alive?
No, that was the deal.
Ha! Deal with a Gondorian. Makes no sense. Use your heads, brothers.
Why would he betray us? You, from the mouth of a stranger. Even though you are kin, I do not know you, nor this man you travel with.
If he were standing here in front of me, I could tell you how he's lying. I could just tell by the way his lips are moving.
How do you know our employer?
We've traveled together on the road. He's divulged his interests.
So
Moments
you
of
work for him too?
weaknesses. No. Ha! And Zarek lets out a belly laugh and tugs his beard. No. But I followed him here, and I know he's up to no good. And no self-respecting dwarf would take orders from that cad.
Yeah, we don't take orders from him. We are partners.
Ha! Where is he now? Well, you're doing all the work. And what's wrong with that one beyond you?
Never you mind about him. And you can see the one just kind of slumped up against the wall. Oh, I don't feel so good.
Yeah,
Can you help me up?
you're breaking your backs and giving your lives. I'm here to tell you you shouldn't. Not
As we were
for,
walking up, heard quite clearly say the boss was going to have your hide if you didn't get the door open. But it sounds like you're working for him to me.
Yeah. They kind of twig for the first time and they say, "Where's Doro?"
was that dwarvish?
Where's Doro? No, that's a dwarvish name. Probably this one that was up in the spire watching you.
Oh, they were
How
saying
did you
that to
get
each other.
past him?
He's been following us, but he stayed out of our way.
And you see the one kind of shove the other. I told you, Doro's a coward. Yeah, we'll just take his share then. And you two, be off with you. There's no need for bloodshed if you just leave.
The gold is tempting, and that's what the Gondorian will leave with. But there's something else about this place that you may not know.
And
Just
they
leave it
look
at
at each
that.
other and they kind of look over their shoulder back at their friend, kind of limp on the floor. And what do you know of this place?
It's a place of great power and magic. A place of eternal slumber that if awoken, none of us will walk out of here alive.
This is an
Anything I look.
ancient holy site that you are robbing.
Pay no heed to the tall one.
This is no
I say to
grave.
the
This is no grave. This is a relic of an elvish palace, and we have laid claim to this place.
Have you not seen the stonework? This was not made by elves. This was made by the blood and sweat and tears and muscle of dwarves.
Aye, good work at that.
And you wish to desecrate it? It was made
Hmm.
strong by dwarves for a reason. And if you're having trouble opening that door, that's why. Yes, there's gold to be had.
What?
There's gold to be had outside of this place. Without having to risk your lives for a Gundorian. What has he told you is behind that door anyway? Do you believe him?
He looks for a tome.
A tome! What do you care of a tome?
We don't. We care for the treasure, the gold.
So you care for the gold and he cares for the tome, and you're wondering that and you stay focused on the gold. I'd be more focused on the tome that this malevolent Gondorian wants. Would not look past that.
It was a good deal. We
My
get the
brothers,
gold. He gets the tome.
lots of good deals. Have you ever asked yourself if the deal is too good to be true? What bill of goods has he sold you behind that door? Well, he takes his tome.
He has promised us treasure beyond our imagination.
Ah,
And we have quite a vast imagination.
have you not learned to trust the promise of man?
He has had no reason to betray us. We have worked for him in the past,
He walks on
but
2
no,
feet, and he's been setting you up for this for a very long time. He needed dwarves even to get as far as you've gotten in front of this door. Without you, he could not have done it. This is
I
all part
won't.
of this is all part of a strategy he's set up years before you
I
even met him.
hear the truth in your words. Of course, he could not have come this far without our help. That is why we are partners.
Ha! Partners with man. Do you hear yourselves?
Partners that work for him. You just said it again.
Yet you travel with the man, yet you hold such great disdain for them.
Ah, I've said to you before, pay no heed to the tall one. He follows me. I shrug.
This banter is going nowhere. You shall leave now, and we shall proceed with our business of looting our claim.
I haven't had good entertainment in quite some time. I think I'll prefer to watch you open that door. For the Gondorian.
They look at each other and they laugh and they kind of jostle. Tell you what, Zurich, son of Mudrik of the Blue Mountains, if you open that door, we'll give you Doruv's share.
I will walk in front of the door and look at it. I will stride past them and stand in front of the door and see what the heck they're looking at. What does the door say? What does it look like?
All right. The door itself is quite large, quite imposing, made of solid, what looks to be marble, again inlaid with gold. Standing on either flanking it are two elvish statues of elvish warriors, and they gaze down intently at those who stand in front of the door. You can almost feel the weight of their gaze upon you. Engraved on the door in Elvish are a set of words.
I can't read Elvish. I'll say to the brothers, what does this say?
I don't know. Some elvish garbage, probably a riddle of some kind.
Can I see it from here?
You might need to take a step forward, but yeah.
I'll say to the brothers, let the tall one through. He can read the chicken scratch on the door.
All right. These guys kind of rearrange themselves like this. All right. The words on the door are written in Kenyan, and it says,
I don't speak Kenyan. I
let.
only speak Sindarin.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, make an intelligence check because they are similar
Mm-hmm.
but different, kind of like Spanish and Portuguese kind of thing. So,
Nope. I'll say,
right.
it says, whoever shall breach this door will suffer the doom of the elven lords.
All right. You say that, but you can actually understand a couple of the words. Let's say sorrow, mourning,
You're close.
and world's ending.
It says it will bring about the doom of your houses.
And they look at
That
each
was a
other
nice
and
touch.
And I say, with that, I am going to be nowhere near this door when you open it. And I step back over here.
And Zork will turn around and look at the one on the floor. And I say again, what happened to this one?
Ari's a bit of a hothead, and he attempted to smash the door down with his hammer.
Struck down by the elven lords, he was.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Strike the
Nothing.
door then. Coward.
They look at each other. They look at you, Zerk. If you open that door, there is a sixth of the treasure waiting for you.
A sixth. You all again.
800% if I open it.
Yeah. And then I ask again, where is your employer? Is he waiting around the corner for you to
They point.
one by one fall as you try to open this door? And then I'll motion to the
He's
one on the ground.
upstairs.
Upstairs when
He's upstairs looking at some elf lady in a coffin.
Yeah, when the work needs to be done, he's upstairs. That's exactly where I thought he would be. And what makes you think that you'd do anything differently than the fate of this one on the floor? How are you guys going to open the door? Brute force?
Nothing wrong with a little bit of dwarven strength
I'll step back.
and ingenuity.
Then have at it. I'll give you my share. I don't think we're going to get through. That's how confident I am.
And this one here steps forward, swings his warhammer with all his might over his shoulder and head, comes crashing down onto the door. I just have to make a roll for him. Okay. He hits the door with all his might with his warhammer. And as soon as he does, it doesn't make a single dent in the door. And as soon as he makes contact, there's a loud ringing of metal hitting stone. And he drops the hammer to the floor with a thud. And he himself falls limp to the floor.
I'll try to catch him. I'll step forward and try to catch him.
All right. Go ahead and just make actually an attack roll. Just see if you can grapple him. That's effectively what you're trying to do.
Athletics.
No.
You see him strike the door with a hammer, and you rush up to try and get to him, but he falls like a stone, and he's on the floor. Now, and he's just like his friend across the hall.
I'll take a knee and try to prop him up. Again, I'm trying to demonstrate compassion for him.
Damn elvish curses.
Exactly. This door is enchanted. This whole place is enchanted. And the Gondorian wants you to give your life for the riches that he'll walk out of here with. If that is indeed what his plan is. Or is it this tome and the elf cadaver upstairs that he's interested in, and he's got you down here on a fool's errand?
These two are now like bookends on the floor. Look, they're useless. But this last one is still standing, saying, "This was a fool's folly. This door, this vault. I've had enough of this elvish nonsense." But here than on, he has two of my brothers still with him.
And the risk is that he disturbs the elvish cadaver upstairs. If that happens, we're all finished.
Can you make a persuasion check with advantage? All right. This is nonsense. Let us go retrieve my brothers and we'll be gone from this accursed place.
I'll reach out to try to put my hand on his shoulder and give him a nod of approval.
All right. Turk, you have heard this entire conversation. You've heard the ringing of stone on metal, and followed by a thud.
Entire conversation. So I heard the last bit about take my brothers and leave this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Goldie, you heard this too.
I'm going to suggest that we try to stay hidden in the side rooms so that they will walk past us. And let them, if they're coming down the ramp, let them just walk past us.
But
And
they're going up.
are they going up or are they coming down?
Yep.
Of course, up.
They're going up
Because
to retrieve the
Herlinon is up.
brothers.
Yeah.
But there's no way out up.
No, but
They want to
Herlinon
get
is
their
up.
brothers. Yeah, they want to get their brothers before they leave.
The other brother. Okay.
The other brother,
There's
yeah.
two more.
Okay, so if that's going on,
Should we go follow them stealthily and use the distraction of Herlinon trying
Yeah.
to not let them go and
yeah,
hopefully?
try to go past. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Larry. This is my bro Daryl. It's my other bro Daryl.
The funny thing is, I used to work with two Daryls, and that was
Ongoing joke.
yeah. All right.
What shall we do with your brothers? Oh, should we leave them? Should I care for them? Do you want to take the tall one? He wants to have his way with the Gondorian as well.
He looks at the two slumped on the floor and says, "We'll come back for you."
Zorik nods.
All right. So you proceed up the ramp further.
Yep.
All right. Turk, Goldie, you hear them about to leave. Do you want to follow?
Yep.
Yeah. Quietly,
there
the
a-
moment the steps keep going, hopefully their sound will distract our sound, and we are a little bit more stealthy. But yeah.
Is there a keyhole or something in that door?
No. No keyhole.
That is exactly what I was just going to say. As they go away, I'm going to check this area for some kind of a keyhole.
Well,
Don't
there
burn
are still
any.
two dwarves.
Ark's gonna try to break into the vault. Oh god.
Okay, so
well,
as you kind of
I don't know
peek
if
around the
she's
corner,
behind there or not, right?
No, he said
mean-
the guy. Well, I don't want to metagame. But yeah,
No, I
So
understand that
you
that
guys,
that that was supposed to be up further, but I mean, they're trying to break in here, and I would think that maybe I initially thought this is where she was, but yes, I understand that it's further up.
I have to go AFK, man. I'll be
so
back in a minute.
all right. So as Turk, you and Goldie kind of turn around the corner, you do still see those two dwarves slumped up against, like, one in front of the door, one on the opposite wall. They're unable to move, but they're still able to talk and see in, right? So I mean, there's no amount of stealth that you can use to walk 5 feet in front of these guys that are like right there. You literally almost have to walk over them to get past them.
Yeah. Uh, I was gonna say when Goldie sees them, she friendly hobbit. Uh, I'm gonna get my water out, and I am gonna go down like whatever one seems more pitiful, and just like, hey, I promise I'm friend. Let me help you a little bit, and I'll try to give him water and see if I can understand and fix him the way I've seen Yukaliel do with people, and just, are you breathing?
Go
I don't
ahead
know.
and go ahead and make a persuasion check first of all.
Ooh, nice.
All right. At first, when they see you, at first you can tell that they're trying to reach for their weapons, whatever, and trying to move their heads, but they're they're basically paralyzed.
Yeah,
Um, so you walk up to them and he's looking wildly at you. What are you gonna do? Well, what?
it's
And
just
she's
water.
yeah, she's
It's
giving
just
them sips of
water.
water, and Turk is going to surreptitiously take their weapons away and move them
Well, they're
someplace
just on the
else.
ground. Yeah, okay. They can't even lift their arm to reach for them at this point. So
Yeah.
So while Goldie is distracting them with water, can I stealthily sort of move their weapons away?
well, not stealthily, but they'll see you doing that. But yeah, that's
Not
Just
even a stealth roll with disadvantage.
no. You're right
Uh,
there.
right
You're
there.
right there, and the weapons are right beside them. So
I tried. I tried.
No, I'm just like, I know a little bit of medicine. It won't do much, but I'm gonna try. Can I help you? And try to give them water.
help, help, help. And when you say you can help them, that they both help, help.
Yep, I'll try.
Go ahead and make your medicine check to see if you can figure out what the heck is wrong with these guys.
You tried to strike a fucking forbidden door. That's what's wrong with you.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
18. All right. You look at them. You do what you can do with medicine, as much as a hobbit from the Shire knows. There's nothing wrong with these dwarves. They seem like in perfect health. They're big, strong, strapping dwarves. They should be able to get up and move, but there's no rhyme or reason for them not to be able to. You can't figure it out.
The magic of this
All you can
place is.
conclude it's in their head.
So I'm gonna do what hobbits do, or what I do. I'm gonna light the pipe and just get them high.
Ah!
You. At least they'll be quiet, man. I don't know. Just a little bit.
That's
Come on.
awesome. Oh, they see you pull up the pipe and they go ready to puff on it. Oh,
They'll
they
share
and
it.
all right. They are blissed out now. They're really happy that you're
We'll get you up. You'll
sharing
be
your
fine
meal.
in 30 minutes. You'll be good to go. We'll be right back for you.
All right. Do you leave the pipes in their mouth? Your pipe in their mouth, or
No, I'll just 2 puffs each, and then I'm taking it with me. It's my pipe.
But Turk does move their weapons away from them, and
They're fine. They're friends. Stop it. And I'm gonna turn to Orla quietly. They're friends.
they're friends. They're friends
And
now. Now.
They're friends. Come on. Before they disappear. Or they're
Orla
gonna turn around.
is trailing kind of behind the two of you, just steps over the dwarves' bodies. Hello, friends.
Let's go.
She's
Yes.
She's
cold.
so menacing.
She's
I
just kind
love
of playing
her.
with one stiletto in her. And walks over them.
Anna loves her so much. Scolding her.
All right. You, Zurich, I'm sorry, you, Kaliel. This is kind of, you're stuck outside. I feel bad for you, but there will be something happening soon
That's
that will
okay.
affect you.
I knew going into
Uh,
this that because I chose to be outside, not a lot was gonna be happening for me.
um, so, Zurich, Moonstalker, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I know you're awake, AFK, but um, you make your way around the final corner, and the ramp turns into a set of a set of stairs that brings you to top floor of this hill. And if you were on the outside looking in, you would be like at the right underneath the surface of this hill, the top of this hill. Okay. As you emerge from the staircase, you enter a room. It's a large chamber. You see on the far side, first of all, this room is filled with vines, brambles, vegetation of all kinds. And you see through this vegetation on the far side, maybe about 30 feet wide. And it's a circular room, remember, what looks to be a railing. And you realize that you're on a balcony. And perhaps at this point, you understand, I think Moonstalker alluded to this earlier, this entire structure used to be above on the surface, and it has sunk down 60, 80 feet. And what the balcony used to have a commanding view of Swanfleet is now buried beneath this hill, effectively, that has overgrown this entire palace or this structure. And that's what you're seeing here is this once balcony, now overgrown, so much so that you cannot even see the sky or the horizon beyond it. I need to make a perception check.
Nice.
All right. You see, actually, you hear before you see what sounds to be like rustling leaves, almost perhaps wind moving across this balcony, but you know that that's impossible given the amount of overgrowth and just there's no breeze here. The air is still. And then you hear what sounds to be like something smooth moving across the surface of the stone. And then you see through the glimpses of light held through Moonstalker's torch movement, almost like flashes of red, orange, red, green coming from all over this bush. It's like almost like flashes of light, almost like fireflies of all these different iridescent colors. And then you realize they're all moving. And they're not just moving, they're slithering. And then you realize this room is filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of these iridescent snakes.
Why did the dwarf lead us to this room? Was this where Herlanon was supposed to be?
You also notice, as you emerge from this staircase into this room, there is a path kind of cleared between where you stand, maybe 30 feet ahead of you, along the wall, the same wall that the staircase emerges from, a doorway or an entrance of some kind. And you see along that path that has been kind of hacked through and cleared what looks to be a number of hacked snakes, just like snakes that have been destroyed along that path.
back on my dwarven brother's shoulder and say, "This is not good. This is not good
Yeah.
at all."
The man you seek is down in that room.
And our brothers, the three that you were looking for, where are they?
With him.
Were you with them when they hacked their way through this hallway to get into that room?
Can you make another perception check for me, please? All right, with that, roll over 20. You see maybe 15, 20 feet ahead of you what looks to be a foot, a boot, sticking out from the brambles.
Dwarven boot, dwarven-sized foot.
Dwarven.
I'll extend my arm and my finger, and I'll point to it, to the dwarf I'm standing next to, whose name I never asked. I'll just point.
His name is Moru. And when you point to the boot there, he no, brother. And he picks up his hammer, and he's going to rush into the room unless you stop him.
I won't stop him.
All right. He rushes forward, and as he does so, you see a seething sea of these iridescent snakes emerge from the brambles and approach him. They're at any point in time, there are like 6 of them biting him or trying to, and they're just slithering over each other. It's disgusting. From the outside, Eucalio, what you see at the top of the hill is a strange sight. It almost looks like the entire top of the hill is moving, it's writhing.
Hmm. Does Anna notice it as well?
She's paying more attention to Ghostbird and the otters.
And Ghostbird doesn't seem concerned by the movement.
No, he's still looking down the hole, kind of poking at it with his spear.
Gotcha. I will just if he's a little ways away from us though, right? Like he's
Mhm.
not nearby. Okay. I'm not gonna
Yep.
shout over to him to find out what that is. Um and so that's like up on the hill near
At the
where
very
our
top of the
people
hill.
went. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. But we knew I mean, does it seem like snakes? Because we knew there were snakes somewhere. Does it seem like vast amounts of snakes?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Perception. 19.
You watch this writhing kind of movement at the top of the hill, and you're wondering at first maybe it's a light or whatever. It just looks like the roots are starting to move, but then you look a little bit more carefully, and then you can see the hints of color, the red flashes, the green, orange, and you
Mm.
realize what you're seeing is the slithering motion of snakes kind of weaving their way through these brambles.
Are they moving towards us at all?
Not towards you, no. They just seem to be writhing there. Something
Something's
has
got it.
activated them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I'll point it out to Anna and just say, keep an eye out. There seems to be a large number of snakes over there.
She looks up at the hill and says, I hate snakes.
I don't like them either. But I don't make any move to go towards the snakes because there's nothing I can do. If they're gonna be doing harm to anybody over there, I'm not gonna be able to do anything to stop it.
Right? You see the ghost bird seems to notice this motion up there, and he stands up at his full height, And he's quite imposing when he does that. And he stands with his
Mhm.
spear at his side, and he just points up to the top of the hill with his spear. They have arrived.
So that's a good sign, or I'm saying to Ghostbird.
Maybe good, maybe bad.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and find out.
All right, Zurich, back to you and Moonstalker. And by this point in time, the hobbits, after they've smoked a little bit of weed or let the dwarves smoke some, you hear them scurrying up behind you. Um, and Moru, who has rushed into the room, is swinging wildly at these snakes attacking him, trying to
Is he
get to
in
his
pain?
brother.
Is he getting bit?
He is
He's getting
getting
bit.
bit.
Okay.
Each bite in and of itself, I mean, these snakes. They're not huge. They're maybe 3 or 4 feet long, um, and they're quite thin.
It's a
They're
swarm.
in. If it was just one snake, I'd be like,
Yeah,
oh, whatever.
it's a
But there
swarm.
are hundreds of them,
Yeah,
and each one just takes a little bit of a bite.
yeah. I can't save him. He rushed in there when the dwarf rushes forward with the warhammer. There's no stopping him. So Zerk just looks stoically as he gets swarmed.
I'm gonna
Not
sheathe
going
my
in after.
sword.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to step on the path and walk on the path very cautiously but purposefully, like I'm supposed to be there. Do any of the snakes appear to be headed towards me? If they do, I'll try to dodge back out of it. But
You could make. You would be able to reach that entrance to the other room in one round. It's 30. That's 30 feet movement. Less than 30 feet. You would have to move past the dwarf Moru that is being swarmed by snakes.
I'll just walk past.
Okay.
I'm not going to make any hostile or aggressive movements.
Okay. Moonstalker, you walk sheathed sword calmly, or trying to remain calm through this sea of snakes in front of you.
Hmm.
They don't seem to bother you, but you do walk right past the dwarf, and you see each of the bites in and of themselves. Like I said, don't do a lot of damage, but it is the poison that they inject. And wherever they bite, you can see a pool of black on the dwarf's skin kind of spreading from there until by the time you get to him, he is covered in these bites and he is swollen to almost like a balloon, and it's black, and these blisters are almost bursting with poison. It's not a very pleasant sight.
I ignore him and keep walking past.
Okay. You get to the entrance to the other room and you realize that it has been blocked. There are large pieces of what look to be marble that someone has moved in front of this archway, preventing anyone from getting in. You're gonna have to try and push it out.
Shoulder it. Yep, I will do so.
All right, go ahead and
Assuming
make an
it's a
athletics
strength
check.
athletics.
Yeah.
18.
All right, you are making some progress, but it'll take one more round, and it would seem as if this action has attracted some of the snakes. What are the rest of you doing?
Mm,
Freaking out at the door. Uh,
Observing.
I Goldie assumes everyone wants to eat, so I'm gonna dig in my pack and get food and toss it far away from where Moonstalker is, but toss it. He's not allowed to eat in here. Well, now they have a whole dwarf, but I don't know. Maybe they prefer pastries. Well, no, they might not be carnivorous. Maybe they like vegetables. I don't know.
Ooh,
So
nice.
those are the snakes.
And you said they're like 3 to 4 feet long?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is bigger than me. So
Yeah, but for snakes, that's relatively
scary.
small.
Yeah, but for a hobbit, they're fucking anacondas
All
here.
right. So, um,
God, this.
I was
the
going to
food does not. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say while all of this is going on, um, there is an entrance. There is some kind of a door somewhere within this chamber.
Yes, Moonstalker's right in front of it, trying to clear the obstruction that's blocking it.
Can I somehow avoid the slithering snakes with my stealth? Notice the slitteration. And there's got to be a keyhole somewhere there. I've got the key. I'm going to try to get there. Use
It's rubble. They blocked the door with rubble.
rubble.
It's not. It's not a door. It's a doorway that they've moved rubble in front of, and I'm trying to push the rubble out of the way so we can walk into the room. I just want to make sure you understand that before you walk across the snakes with your key. There's no keyhole.
Well, it has to be somewhere there.
Yeah, on
Oh,
the
oh,
other
oh.
side of the rubble is where your key goes. Your key's for the casket, isn't it?
We don't
Sure.
know yet.
It
I
is.
would, yeah,
That's what
probably
you said.
yes.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get this out of the way so you can get to where your key goes. Now you can come help if you want. I'm just
Yeah,
saying there's no keyhole in the rubble.
I will try. I will try to assist with that.
All right. So go ahead and make. You're trying to sneak across, though.
Do my best.
All right. Go ahead and make that stealth check. All right. So you tiptoe very lightly through the brambles, trying to avoid the attention of any of these snakes. And for the most part, they seem to be ignoring you because they continue to bite and lash at the dwarf that is now no longer moving. And some of them have moved towards Moonstalker. Moonstalker, I'm going to roll 6 attacks as you get bitten or attempted to get bitten.
As I see them coming in, can I lower my shield and torch to try to fend them off without attacking them? I don't want to attack them. I just want to like put the torch down to maybe have the flame, kind of like Indiana Jones did. He wasn't hitting the snakes. He was just kind of using it to shoo them away. That's what I want to try to do with it.
Okay. If you do that, then you will lose your next action. You can't defend yourself and try to remove the rubble at the same time.
Gotcha.
Are you okay with that?
Um, no, I want to get the robot out the way. The longer we're here, I'm out here, the worse it's going to be. So,
Quick question.
Mhm.
Where am I after my roll? Am I with Moonstalker?
Not yet. I have to resolve these attacks first.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Anyone else want to do something? All right. I'm rolling.
Am I back?
All right. So 16. Will a 16 hit you?
it says my armor class is 12. So, yeah.
All right. So you got 3 hits on you. You'll take 3 points of piercing damage right off the top. Oh. And I need you to make 3 constitution saving throws. I can see you,
Mhm.
Anna. Yeah.
Constitution. Of course. Of course. Of course. 2 ones in a row.
Oh my goodness. Wow. 6. All right. £30 of poison damage.
Yeah, it's more than I got hit points.
Can we use a fellowship roll?
Ooh, good call. We got a bunch left. Are the gray dots, the tan dots, the ones we've used, or the ones that are open?
The full dots will be the ones that you have available to you.
So we've got 5 left. Yeah, we should burn some. If this is a
Yeah.
grave situation.
Ideally, you would have told me before I made the damage rolls, but I'll let you do this in retrospect. So go ahead. You guys want to roll? Let Emery roll a Constitution save.
I'm fine with that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saving
Well, I don't
throws.
know with the rolls I've been doing. I don't know if that's going to do us any good. To be honest with you,
It can't be any worse.
I know
It
I could get
literally can.
3 ones this time instead of 2 ones. I mean,
All right. All right.
all right.
So you're down another fellowship point, but go ahead and roll your Constitution save.
All right, let's see.
Oh my God!
Wow, that is crazy.
That can't be right.
Another one? Okay.
Oh, that can't be right.
Are you going to keep going? Before you roll, I need unanimous
Oh,
approval by everyone.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what I was supposed to be doing. Sorry, I thought you
No,
said
because
roll 3
every
of them.
time you roll, you
Oh,
burn a
okay,
fellowship
gotcha.
point.
No, but he had to roll 3.
Oh,
Anyways.
you roll them one at a time, though, right? You don't.
Yeah, each reroll costs a point.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
okay.
So you
not
burn
that
3.
you get a reroll of all of the rolls that you did with 1 point.
So he'll
Oh.
have to re-roll 2 now.
No, he's
No.
rolled 3 times. That costs you 3 fellowship points.
Yes, but he's made 1.
He made
Right, I
1,
made
so I'll
1.
take the last 2 dice off, which is 12 points. So instead of taking 30, you'll take 18 plus the
Which
3
is
piercing. So 21 total.
21, which leaves me at 4 hit points.
Well, you're alive.
Mhm.
Yep. No, I know. I'm not complaining. I'm just, like I said, that's 3 ones in a row.
That's crazy. You feel that when they bite you, it's almost like somebody punches you hard. And then there's an intense heat and burning as the fangs sink into you and the poison is injected. And you can see your skin start to swell almost immediately after these bites that infect you, much like you saw the dwarf. But go ahead and make another athletics check to see if you can break through now.
All right, let's see.
And by this time, Turk, you will be there. So if you want to, you can give him advantage.
Assistant.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I rolled, so I'll have to roll again then. If that's what he's doing. Sorry.
Are you going to assist him or are you going to
Yes.
roll yourself?
Assist.
Okay, so go
Sorry.
ahead.
I already rolled. You told me to roll, so I rolled. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
we'll just roll again.
Should've been a
Just
little
roll
slower.
again.
Oh yeah.
17.
All right, that's good enough to clear out the rest of the rubble.
And I'll go into the room immediately. I don't wait. I don't care what's on the other side. I go in.
What do the rest of you do?
Do we know if fire scares things?
Don't know. You haven't tried it.
So I'm on the other side with Goldie, right? I say,
Yep.
Goldie, we should wave the torch along the ground and try to pass.
Okay. And I'll light a torch.
All right.
I'll walk behind Goldie and try to get.
I'll first put it down.
Yeah,
See if they move. We can.
yeah.
Turk, what are you holding in your hands? And I need to know what each of you are actually holding in your hands. I know Goldie's holding a torch or something, but
Yeah. Just.
I have my sword and I have the key.
okay. Zurich, you said you have your axe and shield.
Yeah, I don't think I'd. Despite seeing what happened to Moonstalker, I don't think I'd be able to put 2 and 2 together fast enough to drop my axe. I think Goldie's doing the vacuum cleaner with the torch, and I'm trying to follow behind and try to get through. But I don't think I would know enough. I don't want to metagame. I don't think I know enough to drop my
Okay.
axe.
And Goldie, yep.
The torch. I'll just.
Torch. Okay. So here's what's going to happen.
Here to drop it.
You're each going to get 2 attacks on you. The ones on Goldie are going to be a disadvantage.
All right.
All right. So
AC 19.
I'm going to start with Turk.
Oh, natural 20?
So you're going to get, what's your armor AC?
Well, that's a good question because I've got my I have leather corselet and dexterity as +3, so it's not showing up on the character
So
sheet.
14. So that's 14 is your AC. So 2 hits, one of them is critical, so you'll take 3 points of piercing damage. And I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
2 Constitution saving throws. And the second one.
All right. So that is actually 1 pass and 1 fail. So you take 2d6 points of damage. All right, you take 9 points of poison damage. Zurich. I think the 17 will hit.
AC 19 with my shield.
All right. No hits on Zurich. They bounce off his armor.
They
And
bite my. What kind of armor do I have? I have a Hobark, male Hobark.
so this is the first attack on Goldie.
Yeah. AC 15.
Okay, that's going to be a hit.
Mhm.
And a second attack.
No. AC 15.
Sorry, what was your AC? 15?
15.
So 1 hit, 1 Constitution save.
I don't think my outcome is going to change any, but what was my armor class?
14.
How could it be worse?
So it starts
Because
at
of
10.
what I have. I don't have armor. I have
She has a talent that gives her
yeah.
AC.
Oh, a skill.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
I apologize.
Yeah.
All right, so you make your save with that 11. So you only take the 1 point of piercing damage.
Okay.
All right. So you are all now in the next room. The snakes do not follow you.
Is Orla with us?
Oh, shoot. I have to check for Orla.
Ooh, poor Orla.
Oh, this could be huge. She probably has good AC.
Oops.
Oh my god.
Thank God that was not
What?
me.
That's double damage.
All right. So that's 2. All right. I gotta make.
Yeah, but you could have talked to him probably.
Yeah. Charm the snakes. Snake
Makes
charmer.
both their saving throws. So she only takes 2 points of damage. Oh,
I thought
3
it was
points.
damage for a second. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
three.
shit.
She took 3 points of damage.
Could you
But
imagine
yeah.
trying to explain to Anna that Orla died in here? That would not be good.
All right. So all of you have made it to the final room, the Hall of the Sleeper. In this room,
Ah!
you see a beautiful elf maiden lying at rest inside what looks to be a crystal coffin. The surrounded by a large marble table. This is you looking down on her. Standing to one side of her is a very surprised looking Hirlanon, alone.
Where are the other dwarves?
Well, you know, one of them at least has been eaten by the snakes. The other one is not here. So your guess is as good as anyone else's as to where that last dwarf is.
There was one behind us as well.
Yeah.
No, there's two. There should have been 2 with this guy and 1 behind us. There's only 1 dwarf that we saw out in the room, so there's still 1 more.
Somewhere.
Right.
The Hirlanon is standing over her, and you can clearly see that he's been trying to smash this casket open unsuccessfully with the hilt of his. He's kind of breathing raggedly. He's a little out of breath. You can see that he's been trying to smash it open with the pommel of his sword. And he looks over at the lot of you bursting into this room. Says, you! What? How? Where are my dwarven mercenaries?
And of course, we can't kill this guy because I really want to.
Yeah, with the snakes.
This-
You didn't choose wise, guys.
He sees the 4 of you pile in. He slowly sheathes his sword and puts his hands up. Says, we're all friends here. I have no quarrel with you. We're apparently here for the same thing. Maybe we could help each other.
We're not here to disrupt the sleeper.
Oh, you've spoken to those old women, haven't you? But they've tricked you. See, she holds a secret to great power. Power that the enemy seeks, and power I cannot allow to fall into the enemy's hands. I'm sure that is why you are here too.
You seek to prevent power from falling into the enemy's hands by becoming the enemy yourself.
No, I seek to prevent him from ever being able to attain it. I know it sounds horrible, and but she must die. For as long as she is alive, she is a threat. You see the truth in my words. I have found her. You have found her. How easy do you think it will be for the enemy to eventually find her?
Whose enemy?
The enemy, Sauron and his hordes from the Black Land of Mordor.
With my hand on my hilt, why is a man of Gondor seeking this at all? And I'll stand fully back up to my full height again.
As a man of Gondor, it is my duty to protect the free people of Middle Earth, and you should know that. We swore the same oath, brother.
Protecting would be not coming here and divulging its location to dwarves. You are a liar.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. And I'm gonna poke behind Moonstalker. If by the legends, and obviously I just know some legends, you know better than me. The enemy is the one that tried to kill her, but now you want to kill her because the enemy wants to kill her. What's your plan here, actually? Because if the enemy wanted to kill her before, and that's why she's here, um, are you just not finishing the enemy's plan and wishes?
No, the enemy would wake her, steal her secrets.
Mm. Why
She
did he try
is,
to kill her, though?
well, if I kill her, then her secrets will die with her.
But the enemy had the chance to steal the secrets before. And Goldie's full on going back to innocent, just cute, I hate you face that she had before when we were traveling together. You
But
know, because
this,
you have the same plan. And I don't know much as a dumb hobbit that you remind me I am. But if it quacks like a duck, it usually it's a duck. We can make soup. That's good with me. But, you know, the quacking.
he looks over at you, Moon Stalker, and says, "What the hell is she talking about? Quacking ducks?"
What she is saying is that if you are speaking as the enemy, you are the enemy.
Oh, he got it.
I know
Stand
the.
away. And I cut him off.
All right, he takes a step back away from the casket. There's no need for violence in this place of healing. The only one who needs to die is her.
What makes you think you're even capable of that?
I do what I must to protect the free people, Middle Earth. What lengths would you go to protect your family and kin? Mhm.
You don't have to describe sacrifice to me.
Just let me know when there's a break. While this is all going on, is there a chance that Turk can stealthily go up and look for a keyhole?
Well, you can go up, but
Well,
he's like,
while this distraction is going on and duck logic and
As I see Turk being antsy, I'm going to move around to where he has to turn around to face me and put his back to the casket. And I'm drawing my sword as I do.
all right, go ahead and make a
So
stealth check then for me, please, Turk. Geez, so many nat ones tonight. Oh my gosh.
fellowship roll, guys.
We've only got 2 left.
Yeah, but I think like if we pin him,
I'm okay with using one, but not more than that.
Is it really a life or death situation?
It,
no, he's outnumbered.
yeah, but we don't want to shed blood here.
Well,
No,
there's already
completely.
dead people in the snake room,
Yeah, but
You can
so
that's
just
not
toss
our
him.
fault. That's not our fault.
true. You
He
can still
can
defend
trip.
yourself. Yeah.
What is the consensus? Oh, we've lost Moonstalker.
I think you'll get there anyways.
I'm here. I mean, he can't be left to live,
To
regardless.
save
I
the
mean, whether we kill him in here or we kill him outside, he can't be left to live. He's not
well,
He's not trustworthy enough. I
Oh no,
mean,
no, no, don't get me wrong. I like I mentioned before. Yeah, I don't like this guy at all as well. If we're going to do anything, it has to be outside. Who knows what the consequences are of doing it inside?
well,
the question
they just
is,
asked us not to spill blood in here because
Yeah.
it's a house of healing. This is not the same thing as breaking our oath and waking the lady up.
the
So,
question is, do we want to use the fellowship point to re-roll his stealth or risk
right.
him being noticed?
But that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to deal with this guy one way or the other.
Hmm.
Do you want to waste the fellowship point? Make him force his hand, and then you don't have to waste the fellowship point, right? I mean, either way. I mean, it's
Well,
up to you guys. I don't care. Right? As far as the vote goes, you guys just wasted 3 to keep me alive, so I'm not going to say anything either direction. So I'm just saying it's
I
not
with,
going to hurt us if he sees you.
I withdraw. I withdraw that suggestion. So it looks like I trip. Who the hell knows what?
Yeah, you make your way over to the casket. You trip and you have a little yelp, and then Hirlanon sees you advancing towards the casket and says, "Try as you might, it cannot be opened. There must be some elf magic about it."
While he's looking at him, I'm gonna look at Zurich, and I'm gonna tilt my head in at right at both of them. And hopefully he'll get the meaning of what I'm implying.
Well, I'm not so sure chopping this guy's head off at this time is the right move. So Zurich will sort of give you a raised eyebrow. I agree he knows too much at this point, but I don't think now's the time to do this. I think we need to figure out, what he knows, maybe even get out of this place alive.
As he's looking at me quizzically, I'm gonna move my shield around and put it between me and him.
And Hirlanon says, his hands are still up. Says, "Friends, we, I have no quarrel with you. We have shared the road together in the past, many leagues."
Continue to step away from the casket.
Speaking of Jari,
Does he step away?
He takes another step back.
I will position myself between him and the casket,
Okay.
and I will position myself so Turek is behind me, and he can't see him.
You can see Orla kind of circling, making a wide circumference of the room and kind of positioning herself behind Hirlinon. And
Orla
he's
positions
looking
herself
around.
behind
Yeah,
Herladon.
Orla. Yes.
Ooh, that's interesting. Mexican standoff.
And so he's looking around now, seeing he's being surrounded, and he's like, friends, what's the meaning of this? I have done you no harm. In fact, I am trying to save us.
I'm gonna walk towards him. I'm gonna
Mhm.
grab the rope that we had. I'm gonna say, sit down. And now we can be friends.
Tie me up, bind me if that makes you feel better. And he squats down and holds his hands up for you to
I
tie him.
will. I'll tie him like a pig. And then I'll blindfold him, turn him around, put him in front of the snakes. And I'll whisper. I'll ask for someone to help me because I cannot pull him. And I'll just whisper, you're very close to the snakes. One wrong move, and I have no qualms in pushing you in. Friend. And I'll muffle his ears. I'm done. Do what we have to do. Come on. I've been like this. Alright. Turk, come on.
This is out of character. You guys realize we have another problem too, don't you? Somebody else just heard everything he said.
Yeah, she knows a
It
lot.
is not
She's knowing a lot.
trustworthy.
Fine.
That was unavoidable, I think, unfortunately. While all of this hog tying and everything else is going on, I'm looking for the keyhole.
All right. Yes, you find it at the top of the casket.
Are there any other distractions about? Is there another dwarf hiding in the shadows?
It's a very empty room. All that is here is this casket. Nowhere else to hide. The dwarf is not in this room.
I would have
Is-
asked Orla to help me hog tie him.
Okay, keep Orla busy. Yeah. While that's happening, I'm going to make sure I'm doing a quick scan. Nobody else is around me. I'm going to open the casket and ready the flask.
Okay. You insert the key into the keyhole and turn it. There's an audible click. You are now able to lift off the lid of this casket if you like. With someone's help, it takes two people to lift it off.
Zurich?
Yeah. What was our mission again? What sort of potion do we have to give this person?
It'll just keep her in a deeper slumber if someone takes the ring
Yeah.
off.
Okay, yeah.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Is it true?
And what in Herlanon is appears to be
Indisposed?
adequately restrained.
He's blindfolded, tied, and his ears are muffled.
All right, I'll help Turk remove the lid, carry
And
out the mission.
Hirlon does say he's still able to speak. And he says, she has secrets. Are you not curious to know the knowledge of elves from centuries ago?
I'll get close to his ear. We all have secrets. Now his.
You are fools. All right. With the casket lid off, she lays there completely vulnerable. What now?
Zurich, step back.
All right, I'll lean the casket lid off to the side and take 2 steps back. Wait, beard tug, 3 steps back.
Don't say that. I ready the vial
Okay.
and bring it close to her lips, but before I administer the, what shall we call it?
A potion.
Potion.
It's a very tiny potion.
Potion?
I'm going to kiss her and then put it in.
All right. You kiss her, and to your surprise, her lips are warm. And Anna, sorry, Anna, Goldie, as you're like holding on to the ears of Hirlinon, and Orla is kind of standing beside you or near you, and she sees this and just kind of raises an eyebrow.
We don't ask questions to Turk. He's fine. He's fine.
Could be.
All right. You pour the liquid into her mouth. Nothing happens.
A new meaning to the term date rape. Holy crap, dude.
Oh, that's cold.
Oh.
The woman's been asleep for thousands of years. Why are you kissing her?
All right. And with the potion delivered, there's no visible change in her.
We should not have expected anything. Right?
You were never told.
Yeah.
Put that lid back on. Get out there.
Oh, yeah. Does the lid come back down and locks and...
If you put it back on, you can lock it again.
Wow,
With
we
the
have
key?
to be careful with this key then. Yeah,
And
yeah. We still have to get the heck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
While Hirlinon is still like hogtied and everything, just change the keys, do the cup switcheroo, and
I'm gonna walk over by Zurich and whisper, "You got a dagger?"
I'll just look back at him like, why do you ask? What? I might.
I have an idea of how to take care of our problems. Without
my
us,
And you need my dagger to do it?
without us doing it. Yeah, I need to.
What are you going to do with it?
Drop them at the feet of the problems as we walk through the room.
You're going to drop the dagger?
Daggers, mine and yours.
I'm still not understanding.
I'm going to drop the daggers at the feet of our problems as we walk back through the room of snakes.
You're going to arm Orla as we go back?
And Herlinon.
Yeah. Zork will take the dagger out of his boot and toss it on the ground. I'll put the lid back on the Sleeping Beauty here.
I'll bend down, act like I'm messing with my boot, and as I do that, I'm putting a dagger in each sleeve, so they're not visible.
Wait, do I have a dagger? Yeah, I had that stiletto thing that I originally got from...
Can you make a sleight of hand check for me, please, Moonstalker?
I don't know how that's going to go. Let's see. Actually, I might already do this. We'll see. Unless I roll 1 again.
I will say, this is fair warning to you, Moonstalker,
Mm-hmm.
that this plan of yours may very well likely result in shadow points for you.
Is that any different than if we attack him? I mean, this guy's obviously not a servant of Gondor.
But think of Boromir. He had best of intentions, but was, led astray.
Don't see Boromir killing a sleeping 1,000-year-old elf under any circumstances.
I hear what you're saying.
This guy reeks of a servant of the enemy to me.
Goldie has a really good idea. He can't get into the crystal casket. If we leave him here, he's doomed. And we are not responsible. Goldie, that's really...
He got into this room without being bitten by the snakes, so he could presumably make it back out again.
He also had 2 dwarfs to feed to the
Yeah, he
snake.
sacrificed the dwarves to get in here. That's how Zorik sees it.
If you want to leave him here, that's fine. I mean, but my other concern is Orla. I mean, Orla's, this guy just told her she has secrets and she reports to somebody else, does she not?
You guys,
Sorry?
Orla is in this room, and you're having
I
this
know.
discussion.
Well, I'm back there. I was thinking out of character, but
Well, you can't have this kind of communication out of character. You gotta have it in character.
Yeah. All right. Well.
When I see the casket has been closed and everything, I'm just gonna leave him alone. And I have a question.
Mhm.
The poison from the snakes is not still active, right?
That's correct.
Okay. With a herbalism kit and medicine, can I help heal Moonstalker a little bit? Or that's not how it works?
Eucalio, you want to chime in on this? I think you need.
Yeah. The only way that you can heal with the healer's kit is
If you have Leechcraft, I think.
yeah, if you have Leechcraft, you can heal with a healer's
Okay.
kit. But otherwise you
However,
can only stabilize people with it.
Yeah.
okay. However, it does say, because yeah, that's not part of the description. It does say that if someone consumes a remedy, which is what we did when we were in.
Yeah, we made some
Yeah.
potions
Yeah.
and stuff before we left.
Okay.
Rivendell, yeah.
Yeah, that's the word. It can be consumed to gain advantage on saving throws against disease and poison for an hour. So when we're about to leave, I will give it to Moonstalker, which I see that he's been bitten the most, I'm assuming, out of all of us.
Turk
Me
got
second. Yeah, me second. I think.
Okay. How messed up are you? Who looks the most fucked up?
Moonstalker.
'Cause I just have one.
Yeah, Moonstalker.
Then I'll give it to him. And this might help you when we cross. Drink it before we go. And I am gonna say, I assume that I understand that the fire helped me when I was crossing for the snakes. I'm gonna say that, like, having a torch out distracted the snakes, so maybe.
Yeah.
I think he stays here. Just he can
Let's all
try.
get torches. Yeah.
I'll return Zerg's dagger back to him.
Put it back in my boot, and I'll stow my battle axe in my, back bandolier thing.
Oh.
Forget.
let me know when I can say something.
Are you finished, Zurich? Is there anything else you wanted
Yeah,
to?
no, yeah, I'm just getting ready to walk out of here.
Okay.
Sorry, I got inspired for a second, so to speak. Zurich, not Zurich. Herlanon is currently sitting indisposed and somehow bound and everything else.
Yep.
Can I do a sleight of hand to see if I can pickpocket him?
All right. Well,
Can I
Goldie,
check him
you've
without spider hand?
yeah,
Just at him?
Goldie, you've already taken his weapons, which is a long
Yeah.
sword and a dagger.
Okay.
He also has a pouch of coins filled with coins on him.
Ah, yes, but anything else perhaps hidden a little bit more surreptitiously,
All
such
right. You
as
want
the
to?
ring that Khalil has. I'm not saying he has a ring. You know what I mean. I'm just
Yep. No. You search him. He
sleight of
can't
hand.
really resist. You don't need to roll because he's helpless here. And you don't find anything else.
So does Goldie have the pouch of coins?
I just
Goldie,
took the
did you take
weapons.
it? Okay.
I don't want to take the gold.
I'll take the gold.
We're always short in that. I'll leave him a snack though.
Ah, you've
He's
got a name.
tied, bound, and gagged, and you're gonna leave him a snack. That's great.
Before.
Take another wrap, put it between its gag, and put another one and wrap it so you can smell it.
No. Before we're about to walk out, I will undo the ties enough where he can get out by himself. Unless we want to take him with us, I'm cool with that too. I can just we can push him in front of us, I'm fine. But I would just leave him. Here, have not taken anything out. I'm scared when you roll.
Turk.
Yes.
Orla, before you all leave, and says, "You're sure you wish to leave this man here?
Is she telling
If none of
Turk
you
or-
have the stomach to end him now, I shall do it for you."
I think Orla. I mean, she's talking to me.
Mhm.
I think Orla. He has created his own fate, and as we say in the Shire, let him hoist himself. I'm out of character a little bit. Let him hoist himself on his own petard. Whatever variation in Shire logic that could be.
I really have no qualms. If you would prefer, I mean, you can all go ahead and I'll do it after you've gone and I'll follow you.
We understand, Orla. Let's leave our hands as the wise women would want. Let's leave our hands clean. And I think there are plenty of ways he will meet his end in this place.
She
I
looks
think
around at the rest of
we-
you. She
oh,
looks at
sorry.
you. She looks at you, Moonstalker, and says, "I can see that you agree with me."
It's not my decision.
Then I shall make it for you. It's really quite simple. We cannot have this man continuously dogging us across Eriador. He is a threat. I eliminate threats.
Your conscience is your conscience.
That is exactly correct.
Excuse me.
I have, if it makes you feel any better, I've killed many people less deserving of death than this man.
Yeah, that makes us feel so much better.
Yeah, that gets an eye roll out of Zurich for sure. Like, holy shit.
But
As I said, it's not my decision to make. Your conscience is your conscience.
Then I would invite you all to leave. And
Sheathe my sword, put my dagger back up.
plead ignorance.
And drink the bottle that Goldie gave me and walk back through the room like I did the first time, like I'm supposed to be there, and
fire!
walk purposefully. And I will have the torch in my other hand this time, instead of my shield hand. So,
Okay.
and if it looks like snakes are gonna come at me, I will use the torch to try to push them back. But I'm not doing that unless they make an aggressive move towards me.
The snakes don't seem bothered by people leaving this room.
Oh, good to know.
They only seem agitated at people arriving and trying to enter it.
Ah,
And then the outside Eucaliel, you see that writhing stop.
Yep.
And I assume the only reason he attacked me is because I attacked the marble in the doorway.
Yep.
So I figured that's how. The reason I made that assumption, just so you know, is because the healers have to get back and forth out of here, right? So I assume they just walked peacefully through without weapons. So that was how I came to that conclusion.
So do the rest of you leave? You're
I'm
going to leave
gonna
Orly behind.
go. I'm gonna wait until everyone leaves if they're leaving. If not, I will just turn to Orla and say that I know death is not a problem for you, and at this point, I don't think it is for me either. However, this lady did mention that this is a place of healing and that they would like um, for it to not be disturbed. I agree, he does not. Well, I don't think he deserves life. However, we are not the judge, nor the executioner, although you and your sister really like to be. I think he will find his end where he will, but I don't think this is the place for him. And if we find him again, or if you find him again, please kill him. But until then, I think we should just go.
Can you make a persuasion check on me, please?
actually, can I assist Goldie, because I was going to say something very similar to that as well.
Well,
I was trying
what
to.
what
Sorry?
what were you going? What would you like to add to that?
Orla, there was a moment back in session 0.9 when you were on the edge of a raft, bleeding out, And we certainly could have left you there and just taken the map case, and that would have been much, much simpler. Your brother probably would have been alive. It's a sad, sad situation. We cannot go back, but I hope, Orla, that perhaps you can see that there are other ways than ending people's lives, that we can attain our goals by not blindly killing that which seems to stand in our way.
All right. You can either both roll persuasion, or one of you can roll with advantage.
Let me see if I've got a bonus. I do not have a bonus. I will lend advantage to Goldie.
Okay. Ooh.
That's not bad.
Hmm.
Although I imagine the DC was pretty high.
She looks at the two of you and "Hmm, I am not used to seeing such kindness in the world, as the world has never shown me much kindness. But if I were to live again, I feel I might like it if I were born into the Shire."
You'd be a good fit in the Shire. And then
Please
I'm
go on.
gonna go to Herlanon and just lift his thing. If you live this, leave us alone. Find the true enemy and stop being bad. I'll put it down and I'll walk away.
I'll whisper to Orla. Orla, let's take him. We have seen Moonstalker and maybe others pass through the snakes, leaving the room safely.
Mhm.
Orla, let's take him through the snakes, and he will decide whether to go back into the room by himself.
Very well, as you wish. And she gets down on one knee and embraces the two hobbits. You have shown me great kindness, and perhaps a different path available to me. Thank you.
Goldie is really happy because she hasn't had a real hug from someone or kindness in a very long time. And she's like, we made it!
I gave you a hug, Goldie, don't you remember?
Yes, but everyone are dicks outside of the Shire.
Oh, okay.
Be like Orla.
All right. So you all leave the chamber with Hirlinon
To the edge of the snakes.
to the edge of the snakes. Right. Well, you can pass through the snake room now if you like, unhindered.
Mhm.
And you can descend all the way back down, back to the outer ring on the lowest level, and then back up the staircase. About halfway up, you see a dwarf, terrified.
Question. How are our
Yes.
two high friends? Are they still tripping balls?
Oh yeah, they're still stuck there. So you guys are gonna have to drag them out.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zarek will do that, or at least one of them. Maybe I can handle both of them.
Okay.
All right. So you drag those two paralyzed but high dwarves out.
Yep.
You meet a third one in the stairwell, terrified, not wanting to go up because there's this crazy ghost bird that wants to kill him. Don't know who you are, but you guys convince him. He sees his two brothers being taken care of. He asks about the treasure. No treasure. Looks disappointed
treasure.
at that. He asks about his brothers.
Zarek just shakes his head. We need to go.
All right. and a sad procession emerges from the hill of the sleeper, and you see them all emerging. Eucaliel.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
It looks like
Ghostbird
they
steps
survived.
back. They all survive. They're carrying out. Well, there's one dwarf walking on its own, two of them being dragged, and you see Hirlanon with them.
Okay.
What does
And
Ghost Bird do?
he holds his hand out to you, Turk. It says, "The key."
Ghostbird, should I not return this to the wise women?
I am the guardian of the hill of the sleeper. It should
I
be
get
in my care.
Do I get a sense that I can leave this with Ghostbird rather than give it back to the wise women?
Make an insight check.
I don't know.
Just a creepy bird man. It just wants the key.
And I have a feeling if I don't give him the key, I'll probably be in trouble, so I'll give him the key.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, as you reach into your pockets or wherever you tucked away that key, you cannot find it.
Dun, dun,
Is
dun.
Orla still with you guys?
Told you we
And
couldn't
that's where
trust
we'll end
her.
tonight.
I was like, you didn't say Orla came out with the rest of you. Yep. I figured that was gonna happen.
She
I
didn't
think the
come
hug
out.
was for you, silly hobbits.
Eye on her.
I assumed she was with us. We were chatting. She's my bestie now. She hugged us, bitch.
Yeah.
She picked your pockets, is what she did.
Mhm.
Silly
Mhm.
hobbits.
I don't even get a roll? a challenge?
It's your passive perception, and her sleight of hand is pretty crazy.
Yep.
Well,
So, anyway,
So, in lieu of what happened tonight, I do feel I deserve a point.
Mm.
My conscience pulled me
point.
back from doing what I was going to do,
uh,
but I did have the thought. I teetered on the edge, so
I
Yeah,
don't
but
think so. No, it's
well
it's
deserved.
no. You're good. You're good.
actions, not thoughts.
Yeah. If you decide to proceed with the action despite the warning that I provided you, then definitely. No, you're good. I'm going to stop recording here now.